Nu, godāms un kungi, ilgi gaidītais brīdis ir klāt. DEWALT Gran-pri 2021 Baltijas izturības čempionāta 6 stundu izturības brauciens būs vārēni interesants ar ļoti jaudīgām automašīnām un vēl jaudīgākiem pilotiem pie stūres. Kvalifikācija tika aizvadīta un tur interesanti pavērsieni. Mēs, protams, visi likām kārti uz Flash Racing, uz latviešu komandu, kur startē ar Lamborghini, bet viens cits Lamborghini izrādījās nedaudz ātrāks. Šauļu Sainz team ir uz pole position, pirmās pozīcijas, un šī visticamāk arī būs GT Pro galvenā cīņa un vislielākais ātrums trasē, protams, šīm automašīnām, bet par ātrumu runājot. Ļoti priecē redzēt LV Racing komandu uz tātad starta grīda 3. pozīcijas un redzam plakātu Antti Rantala, stay strong, we are with you. Antti, if you are looking this live stream, we wish you all the best. Get well soon. We miss you here for sure. So best of luck to you. Bet tikmēr uz starta LV Racing komandas sastāvā ļoti jaudīgi piloti. Valters Zviedris, Konstants Salo un Ivars Valers. Visi 3 gatavi dot mizā un kārtīgi pacīnīties par uzvaru TCR ieskaitē. Un šobrīd redzam uz startu vēl vairākas ļoti jaudīgas automašīnas Flash Racing komandas sastāvā. Tātad startē Artūrs Bātraks, Vilnis Bātraks un Tomas Padovani. Iesim palūkoties uz viņu darbībām pirms starta. Šeit Vilnis kaut ko vēl pielabo, Artūra jostas savā kārtīgi. Tur visam jābūt līmenī. Pa to krēslu tur daudzīties galīgi nevar. Artūrs ir gatavs startam, apņēmības pilns ir uzcīnīties. Nu, varbūt pāris vārdos, Artūr, kādas sajūtas ir pirms starta, beidzot tā sezona ir sākusies un var kārtīgi pagonkot, ne?
Tieši tā, sen gaidījām, beidzot ir sacensības, paldies, ka atļauj viņām notikt. Nu, cerams, ka viss būs kārtībā un sezona būs šogad nekā pagājušajā gadā.
Kā paši esat gatavojušies, var sanākt kaut kāds testus uzbraukt un kā tu pats jūties šobrīd?
Nu, pa lielu runājot, baigie testi nesanāca, jo līdz pēdējiem nezinājām, vai notiks gonks vai nenotiks. Principā atbraucām tādi, kādi bijām, cik atceramies un ceram, ka vienkārši vēl pavadīt laiku arī.
Es domāju, mēs noteikti visi pavadīsim labu laiku, būs par ko turēt īkšķus. Nu, kārtīgi uzbrauciet, uzcīnieties, pieredzi, jums ir komanda, laba mašīna, ir lieliski. Es domāju, visi parametri šobrīd ir sakrituši tā, ka var kārtīgi izbaudīt to pasākumu.
Nu, protams, cīņa jau būs, cīnīsimies par pirmo vietu un ceram uz to labāko.
Veiksmes! Nu, lūk, šobrīd gatavojamies startam. Signāli šobrīd liecina par to, ka visam atbalsta personālam, ieskaitot arī mūsu draugu mīļie, ir jāpamet starta līnija. Tūlīt sāksies 6 stundu garumā līdz pat 9 vakarā. Sekojiet līdz notikumiem trasē. Mēs pieslēgsimies intervijām arī servisa zonā, kur apmēram pēc stundas notiks pirmā braucēja maiņa. Tad arī redzēsim, kādi būs rezultāti. Šaujam vaļā!
So here we go once again. The first 4 rows of the starting grid for a 6-hour race is in front of you. 2 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeos in row 1. Number 720 Šiauliai Sainz won the qualification in Latvia. The gap was only 0.3 seconds, but of course it was over 1 lap, and taking into account and this is 6-hour race, basically it has no difference. Then the second row, In the second row, we see two HCR cars. Third position belongs to LV Racing Audi AS3, and fourth place number 911 Nokia Racing Team Volkswagen Golf. Third row, number 4 Porsche Baltic Porsche Cayman, and number 34 ALM Customer Racing Honda Civic. Fourth row, number 3 Dream to Drive Volkswagen Sirocco, and number 55 Tarzania Racing Audi S4. And fifth row, number 20 Mazeki Autosporto Klubas Peugeot 308 RC. And number 10, not number 10 but position 10, number 85 Yo Yam Estonian team with their BMW 325. And unfortunately we have only 10 cars. The field was decimated once more today, actually yesterday evening, because Igor Yolankai Cupra, which should have started from B5, was withdrawn. Yesterday we had also some dramas. Two cars crashed during the wet morning practice. Fortunately, the Flash Racing Lamborghini was repaired for the qualification, but number 27 Academia Motorsport Honda Civic was retired, so we have only 10 cars. But let's see, especially the front two, those two Lamborghinis, it will be quite interesting. Šiauliai Lamborghini number 720 will be driven by Paulius Paskiavicius during first stint, and Flash Racing Latvia car will be driven by Artūrs Patraks. Retro cars, there are some young guns sitting behind the wheels. Valter Zviedris, who is LV Racing Audi, and Estonian driver Sten Piirimägi, who is Nokia Racing Volkswagen Golf. And it's not exactly clear for me who is sitting in this number 4 Porsche currently, but it's sure that number 34 Honda Civic Type R is driven by Peter Beek. And then Taunas Tulila steering this Volkswagen Sirocco. And Karolis Pledis in the representative Tarzania Racing with number 55 Audi. Egidius Kelunas sitting in that Peugeot 308 RC, and Mert Kesküla is driving the Yo-Yam BMW. So the warm-up lap is completed. Now formation lap is underway. Of course, by the raw speed, those two Lamborghinis should walk away, not drive away, but I say they should walk away. Looking at yesterday's qualification, they were more than 4 seconds faster than the next best car, Valter Zviedris, Audi RS3. So 4 seconds in qualification is a lot. Of course, they don't need to be so fast today. But it is an endurance race and everything can happen here. And nobody knows it better than Flash Racing father and son Patraks. 2 years ago, when they had just purchased this Lamborghini, they were leading the same race by quite a margin. Then they had just a small crash. It wasn't even crash, but just touched the barrier. Nothing seriously happened, it seemed. But during the next refueling, the car took fire and the race was over for them. And as the aftermath, perhaps because of that fire, the car's engine ceased during the next round with just 11 minutes to go. So it was a double blow. Anyway, it was 2 years ago. Now it's year 2021. Different cars, different situation. But the BC 6-hour championship is going to start in few seconds. Field of course is quite short, so it's not difficult to form the starting grid. Of course, it doesn't decide the outcome of the race, whatever you do here. And it's go, go, go for the 6-hour race. 15:08 was the start time. We are a little bit delayed. And here you see that Bikkernieki in Noker Volkswagen managed to overtake Walter Svedrisin in LV Racing Audi just in turn 1. But of course it's not big difference, just starting moments. And Karolis Bledis Tarzania Racing Audi is 5th. He jumped Peter Beek in ALM Honda. But looking the times what they did in qualification, this may be quite short-lived. Of course, it's endurance race, there are pit stops, there are driver changes, there are refueling stops, and the question is of course how evenly matched the drivers are. For those two cars, HCR cars in front, I would say that the fastest drivers are now sitting in the car. Less racing. Father and son, Vilnis and Artur Spatraks. As a third driver, it's Estonian Frenchman Thomas Padovani, who should be the fastest among those three, but basically they are quite evenly matched. Concerning Šiauliai Audi sides, there are only 2 drivers. Paulius Paškevičius is driving the car currently, and Audrius Butkevičius is the second driver. So we'll see how it pans out. And the regulations state that the driver can be in the car for a maximum of 70 minutes, after which he must have at least 60 minutes rest. Battle for third and fourth, or should we say the rest of the world, started just in the first turn, and I guess if nothing extraordinary happens, it may well continue until the finish. Bikkernieki is still in front of Walter Svedris. There is another battling, actually trio. Peter Beek in Honda, then Porsche Baltic. I suspect it may be Roberta Skopsikas there, and Tauras Tunila in Turin to drive Volkswagen Sirocco. Clear that Peter Beek is not trying to set new lap records in his Honda. Porsche and Volkswagen can stay in his close proximity. Lap times have been last time 1:29, so a little bit less, 20 high 1:28. Comparison, Viedres in P4 did 1:25.7 and Bikkernieki in Volkswagen 1:26.3. But here you see some parts of the track Beck is able to pull away. Paskevicius has opened a 2.8 second gap in front of Vatrax. So those two Lamborghinis are disappearing. And here, Antti Rantala, stay strong. That was the slogan on the LV Racing Audi. Antti Rantala should have been one of the three drivers, but as he fell ill, he is not able to be present here, and Konstantin Stalko has taken his place in that beautiful Audi. Let's just replace from the first lap. Now those two Lamborghinis are long gone for all the others. Long gun after 4 laps means that Sten Bikkernieki, who is in the front in this picture, is already 22 seconds behind the leader, Paulius Paskevicius. And this is only after 4 laps. And now Viedres dropped back a little bit. He was very close entering turn 2, maybe even too close. Looks like Poland is going to overtake his rival. This trio has also dropped down. Peter Beck in ALM Honda has disappeared in the front. Little gap between Porsche and Volkswagen Sirocco as well. And there is a confirmation that the official start time was 15:08. 15 and 8 minutes, and it also means that the finish will be at 21:08. 8 minutes past 9 o'clock in the evening. And as the weather in Riga is fine, sun is shining, it's not that warm, but the main thing is that skies are clear. It means that it will be quite light this evening. Driving conditions will be good, not influenced by darkness. Anyway, it's a long way till we see darkness, and maybe on the live broadcast we will not see it. But these are cars 5th, 6th and 7th positions. Peter Beck is the clearly fastest of those three. He's pulling away little by little. What happens behind them is that Egidius Gelunas in Mosaic Peugeot is now 8th. Karolis Bledis in Tartania Racing Audi S4, which made really good start, is now 9th. And Mert Kesküla in Jõujaan BMW 325 is 10th. And generally speaking, the gaps are growing everywhere except this dueling pair, where Taunas Tunila has bought Porsche once again. It seems that the pace is okay for both of them, and Tunila has no desperate need to overtake the Porsche. Third and fourth place cars are currently also separated by more than 3 seconds. Does it mean that Kirimägi pulls away, or is it just Vedris is trying to keep his tires intact? We will see towards the end of the first stint. 70 minutes, as I told, is the maximum stint length, so we can expect pit stops sometime at 10 or 15 minutes past 4 o'clock. Of course, it depends on what strategy different teams have. With 10 cars on the track, it's unlikely that there will be some red flags or safety cars, although you never know. And if there is no safety cars or some colored flags, it also means that the strategy is quite easy to play out. Perhaps there will be no big changes. Is it me, or is it... No, it seems it's only me. Peter Beck is... Aha, Porsche Baltic Cayman is driven by Andrius Limas. Now we have a confirmation. Peter Beck has, yes. Now we can say that he has broken away from those two. And Taunas Tunila is certainly all over Andrius Limas. And makes much better exit from the final turn. But Porsche seems to be most slippery on the main straight. With some meters between itself and Volkswagen, and Tunila makes a maybe little mistake on the braking. I think I saw there a puff of smoke under the wheels. But you must be very careful in the endurance race with things like that. If the pace is okay, don't overpush. While we have shown the battle for 6th and 7th place, actually this is the only direct battle. Two Lamborghinis in front are continuing in much better place, and now they're separated by 5.2 seconds. Paulius Paskevicius in Šiauliai Odyssey. Sainz Lamborghini has been fast, and Tunila once again has a look. This time into final turn. But yes, look he has, and nothing more. Looking about lap times, Lamborghinis are both doing 1:22s. cars, then Bikerinieki and Svedris in the best TCR cars are doing 126s. Means they are roughly 4.5 seconds slower than Peter Beek, who is currently 5th, and also in TC cars. His lap times have been high 27s, low 28s. And yes, it is first Lamborghini, Baltic size Lamborghini is going to lap 6th and 7th placed cars in quick succession. And I think I saw a flash of another Lamborghini. Yes, there he is. But those two, are they shown two flags? Yes, they are, but there is battle raging on. So of course Lamborghini has so much top speed, there is no problem to overtake those two. But Tunila tries to use the wake of Lamborghini. No avail. Still Slimas in front of him. But Paskevicius lost more than 1 second with this, I would say, hesitation. Okay, he didn't hesitate, he must go safe, and there is no big difference if Batrax is 5 seconds behind or 6 seconds behind. But Batrax gets the back markers in much better place. Maybe he loses out a little bit, but not that much. And Tunila gave up a few tenths as well when letting Batrax by. And first 16 minutes of the 6-hour race are already completed. And you see, Tunila had absolutely no problem to catch up the Porsche, and now goes by into the final corner. So Dream to Drive Volkswagen Sirocco is now 6th, and Porsche Baltic Porsche Cayman is 7th. And looking at how easily Tunila did this, I would suggest that he is also able to pull away now. Having one eye on the health of his tires in the long term, that rear-wheel drive Porsche, which has a speed engine, should be a little bit softer with its tires. The overtaking maneuver once again. Yeah, that was classic Riga move. If your competitor in front is a little bit complacent, then you can just jump out of his wake and complete the move. And it was exactly what happened. Here is third place car. Noka Racing Volkswagen Pulse, and Sten Bikerinieki has now clearly pulled away from Walter Svedris. The gap is more than 5 seconds already. And while Bikerinieki puts in 126 laps, one after another, Svedris' lap times are fluctuating a little bit more, whatever the reason. But all in all, it means that the gap is widening step by step. Of course, 5 seconds in a 6-hour race, it's absolutely nothing, especially during the very first stint after only 19 minutes of race. And there may well be concern about the tires. time around, Svedris was, for example, faster than Bikерniеки by 7/10 only, but he was faster. And yes, now Thomas Tunila in to drive Volkswagen is much faster than Andrius Slimas in Porsche Cayman. The difference in lap times last time around was, I tell you, almost 3 seconds. Does it mean Porsche have some problem? We'll see, but now the Sirocco is much faster than Porsche Cayman. And that was leader. Audius Paskevicius has managed to put 8 seconds worth of empty tarmac between him and Artur Patraks in a similar car of Flash Racing. Paskevicius leads his 15th lap, 1:22.1 is his time this time around. And Patraks was about 4 tenths slower, so the gap is growing. The question mark, of course, is how the second and, in case of Flash Racing, third drivers can compare to those who are driving right now. We know that Thomas Padovani, who is driving for Flash, is very fast, perhaps fastest of 4 or 5 Lamborghini drivers here. But yes, they are just pure speculations now. First stint can last maximum 70 minutes, and when the first pit stops will happen, we'll see. White flag has been shown. It means there is some slow car on the track in front of leading Lamborghini. And this was Tarzania Audi, which was it moving or was it standing near the pit entry? Listening to those noises, I would think that they started to move once again. Yes, the car is moving, it's not there anymore. Good news, of course. We still have only yellow flag. Is it Audi once again? Camera can catch the situation between turns 3 and 4. Car from the leaders. The gap is 1 minute and 16, and you see leader is already closing in to 4th place, LV Racing Audi. And it also means that leader is closing to 3rd place Volkswagen. Double waved yellows, reduce the speed, and yes, Tarzania Audi is standing there between turns 4 and 3, and now blue flag is shown to Walter Svedris. It's the not good place to overtake. So with the bridge, car goes light there for a moment. once again, you see that Patrak somehow has managed to reduce the gap to the leader when something happens on the track. The gap was 8 seconds. Now it's maybe half of it. So that was delay which was caused by... Okay, I can't say that Svedris in Audi hindered the leader, but it was just a situation in which the leading car was caught. Patrak's on the opposite, catches Svedris on the main straight, where the speed difference is such that perhaps he has absolutely no problems overtaking. Let's see, still under braking, it's not that easy. Svedris lets him by. And yes, the gap which was 8 seconds between two Lamborghinis is now just 3.3. Double weight yellows are still out on the backstretch. And it means that two Lamborghinis are now together because Paskevicius was not able to overtake Sten Piirimägi, and in turn it meant that Patraks has caught him. Is Patraks going to try and overtake? Not yet. So this is how quickly things can change in endurance racing. It's not enough that when you are 1 second per lap faster than your closest competitor, some unexpected situations on the track can force you to slow down, and bang, he's there again. Leading cars has now completed 19 laps, and Patraks really was two. And once again, unbelievable bad luck for Paskevicius. Third lap in a row, he hits slow car just before the wave double yellow, and it means he can't overtake. He can't overtake before the green flag is shown. Now he can do it, and Patraks, of course, can stay with him, no problems. While both have a free ride, Patraks is a little bit slower than Paskevicius in front of him. And expressed in numbers, it means Paskevicius was 0.8 seconds faster, but they lost best part of 7 seconds during last lap. That was because of those double yellow flags, which are not shown anymore, and Audi has disappeared. Aha, here is what is. Audi has disappeared because the tow car is towing it away. So basically the track is free, and white flag is shown to all competitors. Means that slow car is on the track, and once again, umpteenth time already, Patraks has caught Paskevicius because of something happening. Some different colored flags are on the track. So they have been together now for 3 laps, I guess. And before that, Paskevicius had 8 seconds lead over Patraks. Out of nothing, He lost all of that. This time around, Batrax was faster by 1 second. And once again, there is slower car in front of them, and once again, in very uncomfortable position is the slowest car actually, Julian BMW. Yeah, Märt Keskela now was very wise and just took onto the side of the track. But for sure, Paskevicius had to lift a little bit, and now Batrax is all over him, and Batrax goes for the overtaking maneuver. Is he? Yes, and we have new leader. Artur Batrax in Flash Racing Latvia has taken the lead, but is it for wrong? No. Into the next turn, Paskevicius takes the lead back. But it once more illustrates what can happen if you are overcautious behind the slower cars. Paskevicius has lost so much ground. And Tarzania Audi is back in the pits. Hopefully they can repair the car and continue. And here once again, Batrax got much better exit because Paskevicius had to overtake that slower Porsche. Oh, how close! It's endurance race. Boys, cool down. It's endurance race over 6 hours. And it's only 31 minutes past since the start. And you are racing like it was final lap. But of course, situations like this, they are salt and pepper for endurance races. It's not just for strategy or refueling speed or whatever. It should be direct battle on the track. That's what we are seeing. There's no question that Paskevicius until now has been faster, and when they have free sailing, nobody in front of them, slower cars, then Paskevicius pulls away without hesitation. But if there is some slower car, Paskevicius tends to slow down a little bit too much. Of course, he has much lesser experience with that car than Batrax. Batrax drives this Lambo for 3rd season already. Directly in front of them. Here is a little change but still Svedris in LB Racing Audi is closing in to Sten Piirimägi in Nokia Racing Volkswagen. Little by little, but that gap has reduced to only 2 seconds, while it was something like 5 seconds. Can Svedris manage his tires better? Maybe. Because actually first part of their stint is, or almost third part of the stint is now covered. And the tire wear surely already, especially with those front-wheel drive cars which do everything for their front wheels. That's why the battle between front-wheel drive Sirocco and the Porsche Baltic Cayman was a little bit unfair. Cayman, of course, has speed engine and rear-wheel drive, which means the car is much better balanced. But it doesn't matter. Sirocco is simply faster. Now the gap between them is more than half a minute difference. differences in lap times, something like 3 seconds. You do nothing against it. But Svedris is catching Piirimägi by the rate of half a second by lap. Svedris, as a Latvian driver, is a little bit more familiar with Bikerneki track as well. But the gap is back to 2 seconds once again. But we will see. It's 25 minutes past since the start, and having maximum stint time of 70 minutes means that drivers are now basically in the middle of their first stints. But the telling story is that while Piirimägi and Svedris managed to set one after another laps in 1:26s from the beginning, now they are more like in high 27s, low 28s. Meanwhile, Peter Beek, who is P5 behind those two, has been constantly in 1:28s. He has not lost his pace. Of course, he's quite far back now, but there is still half of the first stint to go. So we will see. I would be not surprised if the gap starts to go down between 4th and 5th placed car. And the same is correct for Tauras Tunila in Green to Drive Volkswagen. He was actually he has had 1:28, pace of 1:28 almost from the very beginning. Then he managed to overtake the Porsche and just keeps his pace very steadily. That is Tunila, was overtaken by a leading car just a few moments ago, and with no roadblocks or whatever things on the track, Paskevicius once again has pulled away from Batrax. Now his lead is more than 6 seconds. Cars trying to overtake Porsche Cayman. Piirimägi has already done it now. It's Svedris' turn, but Svedris seemingly, yes, Svedris has already lost at least second. Shown flag. By goes Svedris. Still he lost at least 2 seconds here. But in the big scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Only 39 minutes have passed since the start of the race. Five hours and 20 minutes still to go. nothing is decided. That Patraks can't see Paskevicius anymore on the straights. See here between. He still can, but gap has grown once again. It's 9.7 seconds already. Patraks was 3 seconds slower, so was it for lapping somebody? We didn't notice. Anyway, Paskevicius comes here, completes his 29th lap. And you can see there is no sign of Patraks. Here he comes. Having overtaken his drive Sirocco. Second time. Now that's something strange now. Paskevicius had a lap time of 1:23.2, but Patraks had 1:29.4. And race control has asked to number 69 team manager to appear. And this is number 69, of course, is Dash Racing. And it is not usually for the reason of praising somebody, I suspect. Or I'm not suspecting, but I'm speculating. Maybe Artus Patraks was a little bit too fast under double waved yellow flags. We will know. Until now, nothing has changed. Except that the gap between those two is growing and growing, and Patraks is suspiciously slow, 1:26 lap time this time, while this is 8th placed car, Peugeot 308 AC Mažeikių Autosporto Klubas. Those who have followed Baltic endurance races know this car very well. It has been around for years. Specification-wise, it's very close to TCR cars. And if I remember correctly, during its first years, it was competing in TCR class. But of course, regulations back then were not so strict as they are now. Now Patraks has upped his pace to 1:24.5, but still he was almost 2 seconds slower than Paskevicius in the other Lamborghini. And the gap between the two leading cars is now more than 20 seconds and growing all the time. Patraks managing some problem, because you can't see from the outside. His lap times are far from optimal. third place car number 911, Nokia Racing, Volkswagen Golf, and Sten Piirimägi at the wheel, as once again all the way from Walter Svedris in this beautiful Audi, racing Audi. 4 seconds was the gap when they was the timing line last time. The gap has yo-yoed for quite a long time. You can see the gap changing. Generally speaking, Volkswagen has been a little bit faster than Audi, but really a little bit. 4 seconds per 45 minutes. It's quite close. The interesting thing is that Tauras Tunila, who is driving number 3 into drive Volkswagen, is closing in to Peter Beek in number 34 ILM Honda. Tunila has been faster and now the gap there is only 6 seconds. Saved his tires in the beginning of his stint, but now his pace has dropped clearly. He's doing 130, while Tunila's last lap time was 128.9. Okay, now Beek got 129.8, but Tunila still was about 1 second faster, so yes, we should have a fight for P5 and P6 in the near future. This pair as well. Two young guns. This time Piirimägi was much faster, full second faster than Svedris. Which in turn means that the gap is now more than 4 seconds. And they both are caught by leader Paulus Paskevicius in Chevrolet Adis Lamborghini. Quite interesting for Tauras Tunila in this Volkswagen Sirocco for now, because he sees Peter Beek's Honda in front of him. The gap has been going down for several laps already, and this time around Tunila was 2 seconds faster, full 2 seconds faster, and there is almost no gap. Whoa, Beek has slowed down so dramatically. And Tunila has spot him. There is something wrong with Beek's car, be it tires or something else. But by he goes, and Beek didn't even attempt to defend. Whatever the reason. So we have Dream to Drive Volkswagen Sirocco now in 5th place. ALM Honda is 6th. But it would be really interesting to know what is going on with that Honda. not the normal pace for sure. 1:38 was Peter Beek's time this time around. He lost 10 seconds during one single lap. Must be some serious issue, whatever it is. Aha, and that is it. Number 69 was born for the speed in the double yellow flag zone. And previous gap in between cars 720 and 69 was restored, and that was the reason why Batrax was so slow over several laps. He really was too eager in those yellow flag zones. Bikkernieki and Svedris. Kept fluctuating here and there. But no dramas here. This car should be very reliable and fast in the same time. Because speed is a relative term. Lamborghinis in front, they are not that fast, but in the same time they are significantly faster than all those cars behind them. And while Kaurastonila in Sprint drive Europa is now 5th, he is almost a minute behind Walter Svedris. And minute here with those cars is 2/3 of the lap. And Peter Beek in number 34 Honda has upped his pace a little bit. His last lap time was 1:33, but it's still very slow. Is that we have again 10 cars running on the track. Tarzania Racing Audi is now back on the track. Thomas Ishunas is steering it, and also they are in the last, is 10th place. They are continuing the race, but their situation is not that good. Okay, leaders have done 38 laps now. Tarzania Racing has 22 laps on their account. Aha! That is it. Flash Racing Lamborghini is in the wall in turn 1, if I realize correctly. And it almost certainly means there will be a safety car and the race is over for them. There is a lot of smoke. Is it there a fire? Is it just vapor from the cooling? Yellow flag, of course. Yes, Artur Batrax steps out. And what a disappointment. Second crash during the weekend, and this one is certainly terminal. I can't see how this car, basically, of course, it can be transported, towed back to the pits and repaired, but what's the point? classified, you have to do at least 50% of the... Yes. Was it some technical defect? Because Batrax was already sliding, going into the turn. And that flame which you saw, that was nothing special, it was just when you lift. Then, yes, there is safety car. I think the sign the marshal holds should mean safety car. Or is it, yes, and tow truck is there. So, in order to be classified, you have to cover at least 50% of distance the overall winner has covered. So, I tend to think that, yeah, it's yellow flag, is it? All track yellow. Full course yellow. Safety car, yes. Okay, race basically is neutralized and 56 minutes have passed since the start, and it means that it's good time for a pit stop now. Yeah, but thinking about how it happened, it may well be that there was some technical defect, because Batrax really was sliding when he appeared in the picture, and he was just entering turn 1. Of course, the speed there is, let's see once more. Oh, car has swapped its ends already. The tire stack was exactly in the right place. Otherwise, the damage would have been huge. So the cars are now circulating behind the safety car. It takes not very long. The Lambo to be pulled away. The crash site truck was there very quickly. Exactly was the marshal showing to the... Ha! So much about terminal damage. Car was towed back, number 69 Lamborghini was towed back onto the track, and it's continuing under its own power. So it can be repaired, and that's good news, of course. No doubt. They can't achieve any proper position here, but in the long term, as we have so few competitors, who knows? Who knows what it can mean towards the end of the season? It's smoke. Was it vapor? Just water vapor. Radiators are damaged. is not. And Patrak enters the pits from the backside. Yeah, it's vapor for sure. So safety car is still on the track. I think there is some recovery works needed in turn 1. Wow, pits are closed, so it was not possible to enter the pits for all the competitors. And here, number 69 Lamborghini is back in the pits. And it will be a long day for the mechanics. The fact that the car was able to return to the pits is, of course, from one side it's good, but it doesn't mean that the car is repairable on the site. It remains to be seen. Car is quite battered. He took a hit yesterday and another hit today. So absolutely not a good weekend for flash racing. It could be that it was just some slow puncture or whatever. But then, if it was puncture, was it possible to return to the pits? We will hear. I think we will hear it in the near future. There is no hesitation. Repair work must. It's the same. Actually, Patrax was not very far from being able to save the situation. Or almost went in the right direction, but there was a little bit too much speed. You can see the front hood is taped to the car. It's the aftermath of silver tape. And here's the refueling. 1 hour and 3 minutes has just passed from the moment of start, and 3 cars are refueling. Number 4 Porsche, number 20 Peugeot, and number 720 Lamborghini, the leader of the race. Now they have a huge lead. How many laps? 2 laps maybe. Stack is put back where it should stand. Certainly saved number 21 car is changing drivers. Walter Zviedris is stepping out. Tires are changed. Seems it was Konstantin Zalko at the wheel. Here is 3rd place car, driver changing. Sten Berimägi out, and we can't see yet Kęstutis Stasionis is the man who is driving number 911 Volkswagen during the second stint. Number 33 Honda is taking back to the track as well. The same can be said about number 4 Porsche and number 20 Peugeot in front of them. So more or less everybody has now done their first pit stops and driver changes. 1 hour and 6 minutes have passed, and here
Ko šobrīd esam servisa zonā. Kā jau redzējām, Flash Racing komandas Lamborghini ir pamatīgi cietas, bet komanda dara visu iespējamo šobrīd, lai sagatavotu automobīli atpakaļ trasē. Arturs Bātraks šobrīd mediju aplenkumā. Mēs gaidām savu kārtu, lai aprunātos par to, kas noticis ir trasē. Nu, redzējām šo situāciju, nu, burtiski norāvās. Artur, uz vienu vārdu, Artur, lūdzu, ātri pastāst mums, kas notika. Redzējām tikai iznākumu, diemžēl, pastāst mums, kas tur trasē gadījās.
Sākumā es pats nesaprotu, kas īsti notika, bet tagad atbraucu jau uz boksiem, tad man no kameras varēja redzēt. Mašīnai uzsprāga viena tosela truba, un toselas tieši uzlīja uz riepas un ātrijā līkumā. Un man vienkārši norāva pakaļ, un es biju tikai pasažieris.
Tu biji reāls pārsteigums, tur neko nevar izdarīt.
Jā, tur neko nebija. Saku, tas bija tāds pārsteigums, ne tā bija mana kļūda vai vēl kaut kas. Es pat baigi ātri nebraucu, un bija tāds pārsteigums, ka hop uzreiz aizgāja sānslīde, bet es uzreiz no viss spēks, ka varēja bremzes kaut kā mēģināja viņu noķert, lai betons neatnāk pēc iespējas ātrāk.
Mēs ar Arturu Virbuli, starp citu, tieši par to arī runājām. Tu esi milimetrs reāli, metris šajā gadījumā trapīt tieši par iepām. Vēl pāris metri tālāk, tur betona siena varētu būt cits iznākums pilnīgi.
Protams, bet saka, es uzreiz grozīju galvu uz vienu pusi, otru pusi stūru un skatījos. Saka, bet lielākais pārsteigums bija tas, kad vienkārši viņi norāvās, un es nezinu, kāpēc tas notikās.
Klau pats atbrauca atpakaļ līdz boksiem. Tas nozīmē, ka tik traka mašīna nav cietusi.
Jā, es izkāpu ārā, es jau domāju, ka būs krietni trakāk kā vakar, bet skatījos, ka nav tik traki, visi riteņi vietā, it kā viss taisns, un tad pieņēmu lēmumu, ka es tomēr mēģināšu darbināt un braukt, lai tas viss notiek ātrāk.
Doma pa gaisu, bet viss būs kārtībā, kāds mehāniķi ir reāli uzdevuma augstumā šobrīd.
Jā, mehāniķi savu darbu zina, un paldies viņiem.
Paldies tev, tiekamies trasē.
Jā, paldies.
Ko redzam šobrīd nākamais rindas kārtībā. Uz braucienu ir Toms Padovani. Viņš šobrīd gatavs ir vairāk kā jebkād, man šķiet, pēc šādas situācijas turpināt cīņas trasē un atgūt nokavēto. Te ir stāsts par 6 stundu izturības braucienu, dāmas kungi. Nav nekāda pasteigta parkā šeit 6 stundu laikā. Visdažādākie notikumi ir iespējami un nekad nedrīkst padoties nevienā sporta veidā, īpaši autosportā un īpaši izturības braucos. Mēs vēl pameklēsim kādu, ar ko pārunāties pēc šīm pirmajām pilotu maiņām un pitstopiem. Noteikti parunāsim ar LV Racing komandu, redzēsim, kāds viņiem noskatījums boksos. Tas viss pēc pavisam neliela brīža.
And here we go again. You could notice that Tomas Padovani, who should drive this car next, was already in full gear with his helmet on, but I suspect he must take his helmet off for some time now while mechanics are still working on the car, and you can see that silver tape remains to be a very good tool. Car is missing the left side mirror, but it is of course one of the smallest problems with. Meanwhile, safety car is still on the track. Competitors are circulating behind him. Audrius Butjavicius is driving the leading Lamborghini number 720. Aha, that's why That's why there is still safety car. You could see that a lot of gravel was on the tarmac as well. And considering the basically that turn one, okay, it's not full throttle, but it is very fast. This tarmac should be removed. Not tarmac, but the gravel should be removed. Otherwise, it may cause punctures very easily. The track is brushed. Okay, tractor moving in the wrong directions. Quite strange, I think, for drivers jumping out of that final turn off. Of course, safety car and reduce speed and whatever. But still quite a strange picture, seeing tractor on the racetrack and going towards you in the opposite direction.
Tikko esam servisa parkā, šobrīd pie LV Racing telts, pie pamatīgi iespaidīgs telts. Jāsaka, ir ar mani kopā Valters Viedris, kurš veselu stundu ir pavadījis trasē ar Audi TCR automašīnu. Kā tu jūties, kā starts?
Starts bija ļoti karsts un notika dažādas lietas. Pazaudējām vienu pozīciju pašā startā, bet visu šo te pirmo stundu turējām labu peisu, turējāmies līdzi līderiem un, man liekas, viss bija kārtībā. Dažas tehniskas cibeles, bet iespējams tas ir dēļ manas braukšanas, tā kā mazliet jāpiedomā un nākamajā stintā jābūt vēl stiprākam un labākam. Šobrīd Konstantins Celko atrodamies kopā otrajā vietā brauc un pirmajā esam TCR ieskaitē pagaidām, tā kā jāatskatās un garajās gonkās viss kaut kas var notikt, tā kā skatāmies un viss būs labi.
To mēs esam piedzīvojuši nevienreiz. Es domāju, arī tev pieredze ar to ir, bet jebkurā gadījumā šobrīd komanda strādā fantastiski. Tehnika strādā, paši esat gatavi. Pirmie soļi šajā sezonā beidzot ir spērti. Kādi sajūti vispār sezona beidzot sākusies? Tāds patīkams satraukums.
Jā, tiešām ļoti patīkam atrasties šeit Bikерniekos, ka vispār šis notiek. Pats bija pārsteigts, ka jums sanāca visu norganizēt, un tiešām es priecīgs šeit atrasties. Komanda arī ļoti labi strādā, redzējāt, cik ātrs bija pitstops. Vienkārši paldies viņiem par visu to, ko viņi man dod. Arī paldies, protams, sponsoriem un arī ģimenei, kas atbalsta.
Valter, paldies tev, protams, paldies visai LV Racing komandai par tik spēcīgu sastāvu, un jāsaka, ir jūs baigiem māluči. Protams, Antī Rantēl nav ar mums šoreiz kopā šajā nedēļas nogalē. Ļoti ceram nākamajās gonkās redzēt viņu startu, bet jebkurā gadījumā novēlam jums veiksmi. Mēs vēl tiksimies, mēs vēl noteikti tiksimies. Vēl pārmīsim pāris vārdus gonka gara. Tagad vēl turpat vēl 8, cik stundas palikušas?
Jā, gonka vēl gara. Nav tiks 8, bet ir 5 stundas. Jā, 5, mazāk par 4 ar kaut ko. Bet jā, gonka gara, tā kā jūs teicāt, un Antī Rantēl, diemžēl, netika, protams, veselības problēmas. Bet ir foršs sastāvs, ļoti patīk. Visi braucēji ļoti cenšas un grib strādāt uz rezultātu. Un tāpēc, es domāju, arī rezultāts būs ļoti labs. Un tiešām paldies jums visiem.
Ko super, dodat virsū.
Paldies.
Ideāli. Ko, draugi mīļie, mēs turpinām 6 stundu izturības brauciens Baltic Endurance Championship ietvaros. Dramatiski notikumi jau pirmajā stundā. Tāds ir izturības braucienu formāts. Redzam, tātad vēl projām dzeltenie karogi trasē. Trasa tiek šobrīd sakopt, un mēs drīz varēsim atsākt sacensību daļu. Un es domāju, ka Flash Racing komandai šīs ir labas ziņas. Tātad nedaudz mazāks varbūt būs šīs te deficīts, kurš būs atkal jārāk. Mēs pēc brīža pieslēgsimies Flash Racing teltī, atzīsimies, kā viņi tiek galā ar savu Lamborghini remontu. Un noteikti gaidīs to brīdi, kad šis Lambo atkal dosies trasē un atkal turpinās cīņas šajā DEWALT Gran-pri 2021.
Back to the track again. 1 hour and 14 minutes. 14 minutes have passed since the start was given into BAC 6-hour race. Towards the end of the first hour, there was huge accident. Actually, it was not that huge, but it had huge impact to the logic of this race when Arturs Patraks crashed his Lamborghini in turn 1. He was really fortunate because in the way how his car hit the barrier. First of all, because the place where the hit took place was covered, the barrier, concrete barrier was covered by tire stacks, so it softened the impact. And surprisingly, to the big surprise of many people, Patrax was able to drive his car back to the pits, where it is repaired currently. Of course, they are going to lose many laps, but the question is to get classified, and in order to get classified you have to cover at least 50% of the distance of the overall winner. And the longer the cars are circulating behind the safety car, the better the outcome for Flash Racing. They are not even the last car, because Tarzania Racing Audi number 55, which made its own long pit stop, actually it was towed back to the pits during the first hour, is 7 laps behind them. And while behind the safety car, lap times are now in the region of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. It all works in favor of Flash Racing team. So safety car is going to return to the pits this lap, and racing will resume. Yeah, more tape everywhere. And here is the moment. The angle was not ideal. What happened? Maybe he went onto the curb with left-hand side wheels. But yes, Patrax was really fortunate. The angle was almost the best which can happen in this situation. You see, left-hand side wing mirror has disappeared, but it's no problem as it stands. We will take some tape and cover the hole, and this is Thomas Padovani waiting for his turn while the car is serviced. And yes, the angle was almost ideal, and fortunately the tire stack softened the impact. Otherwise it would have been game over, and the race is resumed. The race is resumed after 1 hour and 17 minutes since the start, and now you see that LV Racing Audi is in front of Nokia Racing Volkswagen. Audi is driven by Konstantin Salko. Volkswagen is driven by Kęstutis Stasionis. Of course, they are P2 and P3, while the leading car, Šiauliai ADC Sainz Lamborghini Huracan, is now driven by Audrius Butkevičius, but he was down in the field behind the safety car, so it takes some time for Butkevičius until he can catch those two in front. And you see the current standings, and there is Lamborghini closing in already, being past all the slower cars. Butkevičius, as it stands, has absolutely no need to rush. Šiauliai ADC Sainz Lamborghini is 2 laps in front of next best cars, and if Butkevičius manages to overtake Salko and Stasionis once more, they are already 3 laps in front. So Butkevičius can just cruise. And here he comes. This is the leader of this. But number 4 Porsche Cayman is now piloted by Robertas Kupčikas. They are in P6, while the car in front of them, directly in front of them, number 34 Honda, which is in P5, is driven by Sven Karuse. And number 55, Tarzan Audi, is now in the pits. That is refueling stop, or will be refueled, as they stood in the pits for quite a long time during first hour. They of course would drive a little bit longer, but now they are into the pits, and it could be called like a regular stop. And here three cars are again together, which were together in the beginning of the race. Of course in a little bit different order, but number 3 Dream to Drive Volkswagen, number 34 ALM Honda, and number 4 Porsche Baltic Porsche. And Sven Karuse in number 33 Honda is looking very racy. He has left Roberto Skutčikas behind and caught Kasparas Vaškelis, who is driving Dream to Drive Volkswagen. And here comes the leader, Audros Butkevičius, overtaking Kęstutis Stasionis. Or we can say that leader was lapping the third place car for third time. And Butkevičius is really not rushing. His lap time was 1:25.7 last time. Just slightly faster than Konstantin Salko in LV Racing Audi. And while Salko would be, I would assume, at least as fast as Valter Zvedris was during first stint, then Kęstutis Stasionis in number 911 Nokia Racing Wolf is perhaps a little bit slower than Sten Piirimägi was during the first stint. But we will see. But here's the duel, or how should... Aha! Refueling completed for Tarzan Audi. Now perhaps driver change and regular service.
Tā kā jā, nu, mēģinās salabot šobrīd Tarzania Racing savu Audi S4. Telpā,
And here is a change of position. Sven Karuse in number 34 Honda has found a place where he could overtake number 3 Dream to Drive Volkswagen Sirocco and Kasparas Vaškelis. And it means that ALM Honda is now 4th overall. And Vaškelis loses one more place because, not yet, but it was very serious attempt from Skutčikas to overtake his compatriot. Actually, if looking, I was a little bit too eager now, because the time screen shows that Dream to Drive Volkswagen Sirocco, which was just past by number 34 Honda had covered one lap more. Maybe. We've seen several times today that some laps went missing. So let's see, is it definitely a battle for the 4th, 5th and 6th place? Or are those cars on different laps? Yeah, seems to be the case that Rim to Drive Volkswagen is P4 and they are one lap in front of number 34 Honda and number 4 Porsche. So if the timing tells so, we have to believe it. But Sven Garuse in Honda is definitely having a go. His lap times are faster than those two behind him. Again, there is a question of long-term plan, and long-term plan should be not to destroy your tires in the beginning of your stint. And this is second place car. Konstantin Stalko steering it currently, and you see Audrius Butkevičius, the leading car, following him. Of course, there is a 2-lap difference between them. Lamborghini has lapped the Audi for twice, but Audrius Butkevičius, who is driving the Lamborghini, is not rushing. There is no need to push for him. Basically, the lap times are almost identical. Butkevičius in Lamborghini was just 0.2 quicker than Zalko in Audi. But that's the logic of endurance racing. You have to look what happens around you. So the rear wing of the Lamborghini, actually the left end of the rear wing, was ripped off during that impact, and it's also repaired somehow. End plate is missing for sure. More tape is applied. I've heard very experienced endurance mechanics and engineers telling that tape is good, but even better is when you have big pieces of sticky film, so you can put it in one go, and it will keep things together much better. Still, Flash Racing is not the last in the ranking. Number 55, Tarzan Audi, which just overtook number 85, Jojan BMW, is the last one currently, and the gap is still 5 laps. Lamborghini has done 5 more laps than this number 55 Audi. And now there are a lot of fast cars. Second and first place cars are approaching. Zalko is still in front of Butkevičius. on the track. And Audi must, number 55 Tarzan Audi must surely visit the pits because the right front door is open. Maybe they need also some tape to be applied. And here it happens. Leading Lamborghini laps the second place Audi for third time. And now while the leader will complete its 57th lap, yes, 57th. Actually, it was not third time, but it was second time. Now the gap is not the gap, but the difference between first and second placed cars is 2 laps. And third place car, Nokia Racing Volkswagen, which is currently driven by Kęstutis Stasionis. It's currently 13 seconds behind Salko's Audi. Then fourth place car, number 3, Dream to Drive Volkswagen Sirocco, is 20 seconds, and yes, Tarzan Audi is entering the pits. Door must be closed, is it all? So easy. Just shut the door. No tape was needed, that was good news. The Audi is back on the track. So yes, number 3 Dream to Drive Volkswagen Sirocco is 20 seconds behind third place car, who is Kasparas Vaškelis driving the Sirocco. Then there is 1 lap distance to fifth place car, which is number 34 Audi. Which in turn has 10 seconds in hand over sixth place Porsche Baltic, Porsche Cayman. So gaps are large and they are rather growing. Then closing. Let's see how leading car is doing. Audius Butkiewicz has a very steady pace, driving 124 laps, which are quite slow compared to what Paulius Paskiewicz showed during the first stint. But looking at the overall picture, Butkiewicz is doing fine. Just put another lap to the second placed car. And here you can see Salko's Audi was not even in the same picture anymore. So it's the middle part of a typical endurance race, where you have found your pace. There are no direct competitors near you and you must just keep going. Actually, it's not easy at all. You have to keep your concentration, otherwise everything can happen. You saw what happened to Artur Spadraks. I'm not going to say that it was just a lapse of concentration. The fact is that he crashed the car being in the second place, and it may have huge consequences. Actually, it has huge consequences, because the car has been repaired since then. Now let's see what is Butkevich's lap time. Now when he had still 124. Very good and steady. Very good and steady, not very fast, but speed is not required now. It's important to avoid mistakes, just keep going and bring the car safely home for the next driver change. And it is exactly what Audrius Butkevičius is doing right now. While Konstantin Stalko in this LV Racing Audi is trying to build up the gap because they have and again number 55 Audi is standing on the track. It is somewhere behind the pits, perhaps. No, it's in Hospital Turn. Are fired up for a moment. Can it move? Not exactly. So they are in trouble once again. There is little hope for number 55. Now the car is moving. Or is it? No, it's not. Now it goes. But I'm almost sure that they will enter the pits in the end of this lap once more. And currently they are 24 laps behind the leader. Perhaps will lose even more. It becomes more and more difficult for them to achieve the 50% of the distance if they continue like they have done. Meanwhile, those cars are running like a clockwork. Kasparas Vaskelis in Dream to Drive Volkswagen in front in this picture. They're holding P4 and number 4 Porsche Cayman behind them with Roberto Skupčikas at the wheel is one lap down. And in P6 White Flag was shown that Audi is somewhere there, moving slowly on the track. And the leading car is entering the pits. And I suspect it's not a regular pit stop. For sure, Butkevičius has not been at the wheel for an hour, and it means that driver change can't be made. Looks like an emergency stop. What has happened? Tires are off. Brakes. They had 2 laps in hand over LV Racing Audi, and while it may see quite a lot, it definitely is not. It's only less than 3 minutes. What you can do in 3 minutes? If it is some serious problem with brakes, then basically you can do nothing in 3 minutes. And it may well mean that number 21 Audi is a virtual leader. Now they are only 1 lap down. So it's what you see now. It's the very, very typical endurance race. You may have fast car, much faster than everybody else. But then bang, you hit trouble and your lead is gone and maybe victory is gone. Number 21, team manager, has called to race control. And this is second placed car, LV Racing Audi. Even more tape is applied. There are problems with some pieces. Front splitter, I would say, it's not splitting there in the way it is supposed to do it. And that car, for sure, we don't have full speed it is supposed to have. But it's not important now. The important thing now, Thomas Podavani is already sitting in the car. The important thing is to get the car moving and gather as many laps as possible. So number 21 is now on the lead lap already. Meanwhile, 720 Lamborghini is still standing in the pits with no wheels on. Salko with LV Racing Audi is now closing to the timing line, and it means that in few seconds, yes, we have a new leader. Number 21 LV Racing Audi with Konstantin Salko at the wheel is the new leader of the race after 1 hour and 42 minutes. So this is what means if you have a trouble-free race, not the fastest car, but the main thing, you must run. If you are not running, if you are standing in the pits, you're not gathering any more laps, and that's it. So 2 of the fastest cars, both Lamborghinis, are standing in the pits, but now number 69 Dash Racing Lambo is moving and out to the track once again. They are now 24 laps behind the leaders, behind the new leaders, number 21 Audi. But the main thing is the car is no more stationary. There remains to be seen what is the speed of the car. It's really battered, taken 2 serious hits during 2 days. Maybe not the straightest car on the track. And Thomas Padovani with the fastest and perhaps the most experienced driver in the team. And one more, the impact. Yeah, and from the onboard camera, and the only thing you can tell, Flash Racing was really, really lucky to be able to continue the race. You see, the car left the site on its own power. We'll see, this is the out lap for Thomas Padovani during the next lap we will see what lap times he is able to set. But I'm not sure he can be much faster than those two cars in front of him. So as it currently stands, number 21 LV Racing Audi is the leader, number 911 Nokia Racing Volkswagen is second, and number 3 Green to Drive Volkswagen Sirocco is third, number 34 ALM Honda is fourth, and this car is currently already sixth, but still standing in the pits. And there is certainly something wrong with the brakes. It's difficult to tell what exactly, but here you can see Thomas Padovani overtaking Robertas Kupčikas Porsche Cayman. So at least the Lambo is a little bit faster than that Porsche, which is lapping in 128s, 129s. Okay, Padovani's this lap was not a free one, but his lap time tells us 125.6, not that much slower. If we think that Audis Butkevičius before his pit stop was constantly lapping in 124s, I think when Padovani realizes what his car can do and how to drive it, he can set 124s as well. But we will see. This is the leader, new leader, number 21 LV Racing Audi, who is Konstantin Zalko at the wheel. And Zalko, of course, needs to build up the gap because the next driver, Ivar Ballers, is the man who can be classified as a gentleman driver. And the big question for everybody is how he compares to Zalko and Zviedris. And over to Oskars.
Sākums sacīkstē, esam to īsti pusē, un nopietnas problēmas ir arī lietuviešu komandai. So tell us about the story, what's going on with the brakes?
The driver, the second driver, Audrus, is driving and said they lost the brake power. So he made the pit stop, and we will see the damage of the brake caliper or something else. I don't know correct now.
So the mechanics are doing their best right now to fix the car. So far, so good. It was a good pace out there. You're leading the race, and now you'll do some catch-up, obviously.
Yeah, this is racing, you know. The beginning is good, but now we have what we have, you know. So we will see in the end.
Yeah, it was a nice fight in the beginning with the Flash Racing team. Obviously, they had a crash, quite a spectacular one. They managed to get out there. Now they're trying to catch up some laps with you.
Yeah, it's very sad for the crash. So now we needed to fix fast and continue the race. So I hope we'll be work soon and good.
So we'll see, maybe you will be even in the same lap, so that would be quite amazing to start it all over again.
Yeah, sometimes it happens, maybe.
Okay, best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Nu, ko, cik saprotams, tad ar bremžu sistēmu ir problēmas, tā saucamo bremžu supportu, iespējams, ka tur mehāniķi tūlīt ātri mēģinās sarasināt to lietu un varēs doties arī lietuviešu komandu ar savu Lamborghini atpakaļ trasē un cīnīties. Teica, ka sākums bijis ļoti labs, bet nu, jā, tāds ir sports, tāds ir autosports, tehnisks sporta veids, kurā viss var gadīties. Nu, un tūlīt redzēsim, cik ātri mehāniķi tiks galā ar šo uzdevumu un vai Flash Racing principiālā cīņā spēs uzbraukt. Skatoties uz Tomas Padovani abi laikiem, Artur, man ir aizdomas, ka būs pavisam interesanti šo sacīksti. Vērot pēc pavisam nelielu brīžu, un tur mēs redzam, problēmas arī jaujām komandai, un ļoti, ļoti bēdīgs skats uz BMW aizmuguri. Iesim palūkoties, kas tur notiek. Acīm redzami ir bijusi sadursme ar trases norobežojošo daļu. Un te gan mehāniķiem nāksies pamatīgi pastrādāt, lai to BMW ieliktu atpakaļ trasē.
Yeah, and if you think that there can't be more drama there during endurance races, there is no lack of drama. You see the Yo-Yam BMW has severely damaged the back end of the car, and you saw the reason they collided with second place car number 911 Nokia Racing Volkswagen Golf, and Kestutis Stasionis at the wheel of that Golf did really excellent job to avoid crashing into the barriers. The car has probably some crash damage, but he managed to avoid the wall. That was the main thing. And again, stewards will have a look who is to blame in this situation. I would say it was a racing incident. I didn't see if blue flags were shown to number 85 BMW. No, the car is not excellent at the moment. And it means that number 3, the green to drive Volkswagen Sirocco, is already in P2. And number 34, ALM Honda, is going to be in P3 in the near future. Yes, there will be some repairs to number 911 Golf. Car went to the wall backward. Yeah, repaired. Yeah. Main thing that, okay, the bodywork, it's more like cosmetic. The other participant of the same crash is also standing. Number 911 Volkswagen, and now, yes, number 21 Audi is first,
tur
number
esmu
3.
šodien servis parkā, kā redzējām, Jojam komandas automašīna pamatīgi cienus. So tell us what happened out there. It was quite a crazy thing.
I don't know, it was too little space, I guess.
So you basically drive in front of the other car, and then from there you were just like a passenger, no?
Yeah. I didn't, I have nothing to do.
Okay, but the car looks bad, but does it still drive? Is it all good?
I hope so. Let's see. Right now it's okay.
The mechanics are doing the best they can right now. This is what it's all about with the 6-hour endurance race, is it?
Yeah, that's how it is.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, best of luck to you guys. Cheers. Ko dzirdējām, jā, pilnīgi absolūti, neveiksmīga apstākļa sakritība, pats īsti nesapratu pilots, kas notika, un pēkšņi tāda situācija, un tāds ir autosports, jebkurā gadījumā skaidrs, ka likums šeit ir augsts, un cīņā jebkurā klasē par jebkuru pozīciju. Visa trases braucamā daļa ir kaujas lauks, kurā ne metru konkurentiem atdot negribās. Tā kā turpinām vērot un turpinām sekot līdz notikumiem. 6 stundu izturības braucienā, jā, labas ziņas lietuviešiem, viņi ir atgriezušies trasē ar savu Lamborghini un turpina cīņu. Šauļē RD Sainz komanda ir savadus kārtībā savu Lamborghini bremzes un visticamāk tagad lielā ātrumā pa trasi mēģinās atgūt zaudēto. Atpakaļ pie tevis, Artur!
And here we go again. This is a leader, number 21 Audi with Konstantin Salko at the wheel. And now they have 1 lap in hand over second place number 3 Volkswagen and 2 laps over third place number 34 Honda. Good news is that number 720 Lamborghini is back on track. Audrius Butkevičius managed to do 1:26.0 last time, while Thomas Padovani in the other Lamborghini just set 1:23.2. So at least during the previous lap, Padovani was much faster. But of course, he's 17 laps down compared to the other Lamborghini. And the big question is that when we look at the number of laps cars have done, number 21 Audi as a leader has done 71 laps. Number 720 Lamborghini has done 64 laps. They are 7 laps down. Is it possible to win back those 7 laps during remaining 4 hours and 5 minutes? I would say that on the merit it is almost impossible, but we have seen many impossible things today already. So let's see. Yes, even the first third of the race is not over. And now the leading car is going to overtake the second place car. Konstantin Stalko in the Audi and Kasparas Varskelis in the Volkswagen Sirocco. And Stalko is not forcing the issue. Blue flags are shown to Varskelis and he newly lets Stalko by. Yeah, it's exactly what we have seen during the little bit less than 2 hours. It is exactly what endurance races are all about. It's not enough when you are fast. You must be reliable, make no mistakes, and have some luck as well. Concerning the collision, the number 911 and number 85 had. So Flash Racing, Thomas Padovani is in the pits refueling. Perhaps he's going to continue without driver change. And concerning the collision between 911 and 85, you can't blame either of the drivers, but Kęstutis Stasionis, who was sitting in 911 Volkswagen and was much faster, he perhaps should have waited a little bit, maybe a few seconds, and overtake the slowest car to the field on the main straight. But of course he thought, I will lose so many seconds. But in the end there was crash, and now they are not losing seconds.
Esam pie Nokia komandas telts. Tur ļoti aktīvi notiek darbs pie mašīnas. Acīm redzot dažādi bojājumi, bet tie visi šobrīd ir novērsti. To mēs varam apstiprināt. Mehāniķi gan tur zem automašīnu šobrīd vēl aktīvi darbojās, bet tūlīt jau trasē dosies nākamais pilots. Es redzu, Stasionis arī tepat ar mums. Tūlīt arī pamēģināsim ar viņu aprunāties un noskaidrot, kas tad īsti pa situāciju tur bija, kāpēc tāds pārpratums radās ar šo te apdzīšanas manevru. Un tādi jau varēsim sakot notikumiem tālāk. Man ir nelāga aizdoma, ka arī Flash Racing komanda tūlīt dosies boksos. Tā arī ir, viņi nu pat iebrauc boksos. Redzēsim, kas tur pa problēmām, bet tālāk, jā, skatāmies, Jaujām Racing Bēbis lēnā garā jau atgūst savu tehnisko stāvokli, kas, protams, ir labas ziņas. Un attiecīgi varēs arī viņi turpināt cīņu trasē. Jā, šobrīd Flash Racing komanda turpina sacīksti, tikai neliels pitstops. Apstājās pārbaudīt, acīm redzot kaut ko automašīnai. Mehāniķi parāda īkšķi gaisā, tas nozīmē tikai vienu, tur viss ir kārtībā. Un varēsim turpināt. Es redzu, Stasionis ir ar mums. Can we have a little chat? So, we saw the footage obviously on TV. Tell us your story, what happened out there?
Nothing a lot to tell. They have to obey the blue flags, and that's it was quite clear they didn't, so we had a contact.
So that was some sort of a misunderstanding from their side, obviously, yeah?
I have no idea what he thought, but I was flashing him already from 2 corners. There was blue flags, and he turned into my back, so for sure I was already in and past him. So I have no idea what they thought of that.
Was the car damaged well, or is it in a good shape now?
They are repairing. We had a problem with the left rear, so they are repairing it.
Okay, losing some precious time right now, but it's still a lot of hours to go.
Yeah, we still have a long race, so we need to do our best now.
So basically, you have to keep your head up and stay cool, stay calm, and just do your best, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, best of luck to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nu, ko, jā, kā dzirdējām, Sasjonis stāsta, ka diezgan jocīgs šis te pārpratums un, protams, jājām komandas kļūda, bet tāds ir autosports, kļūdas pieļauj pat visprofesionālākie braucēji. Un, protams, žēl nokar komanda, kur šobrīd zaudē ļoti daudz svarīgu laiku, bet, kā jau mēs zinām, sacensība vēl ļoti, ļoti gara un viss vēl var mainīties. Tā ka ir jāturpina cīnīties galvas augšā, dāmas un kungi, viss notiek pa īstam. Tādas ir 6 stundas izturības sacensības. Kārtīga drāma DEWALT Gran-pri 2021.
Yeah, it's a classical case when 2 cars are colliding. The drivers of respective cars has very conflicting views about what has happened, and it's clearly the case here. Anyway, incident involving cars 911 and 85 is under investigation. There's the race director, and we will see the outcome. Anyway, both of them are big losers as it stands. But back to the track, and here you can see former leading car, Audrius Butkevičius, now in P6 and still doing his 124s. Thomas Padavani was in the pits refueling the car, returned to the track, and we'll see what his flying lap time will be. 125, so currently he is a little bit slower. But for sure the number 69 Flash Racing Lamborghini is not at full speed. The car has taken so much battering and was repaired of half a ton of silver tape just to keep it together. And you see how cautious Audrius Butkevičius is when overtaking the current leader, in Salko in Audi. There is huge top speed difference, but Butkevičius was really holding back just to no slightest mistake. Actually, he hasn't done. He had very steady pace, but then just brakes disappeared. Perhaps the brake caliper was broken, as we were told during the pit lane interview. But now, yes, and here is another Lamborghini at the Flash Racing, driven by Thomas Padavani now, and let's see what the lap time is. Padavani, I would say, looking at the body language of the car, is pushing 123.6. Of course, the lap time is not excellent, but looking at the car is not excellent at all. Some tape is flapping already in the wind, so it's quite possible that they must undertake some further repairs just to keep it together. And this is unlucky Ojam. remains to be seen what the stewards will say about that collision between Jujam and Nocker. But certainly both teams are big losers. And number 4 Porsche is in the pits. It looks like very much like a regular pit stop. 2 hours and 5 minutes are passed since the start of the race. And Nocker car is back on the track, just exited the pits. We'll see what speed it will show. Marius Labosavicius is currently driving it. And they are now 11 laps down compared to the leaders. And he's very slow, whatever the problem with the left rear was, and the leader is approaching with a huge speed, and the other participant of that collision is running as well. Jujam BMW is back on the track, but that Nocker racing car didn't look very healthy. Nor does this car, but of course if it's only for the body damage, that is not a big problem. This car seemingly has some other problems. And here's the moment. Yeah, BMW went straight into the wall with his rear end. And Kęstutis Stasionis was pissed off, no question. If a backmarker hits you, it's one of the worst case scenarios which can happen during the endurance race. The number 4 Porsche is back on the track after the regular second pit stop. They haven't been the fastest, but until now I think they have run like a clockwork, and this is leading car in the pits as well. Konstantin Salko will now get out of the car, and Ivar Svalers perhaps will get in. Although we will see. Yellow flag once again on the backstretch, and this car is moving quite quickly. So Jujam has repaired their car to be able to run at least. Lap times is quite a different story, so let's see what happened here. Yeah, I think of course the stewards will have the last word, but I think Stasionis was quite right that there was not room left for him. He was certainly going to the inside. Let's see, and there is Nocker Volkswagen on the track. He's going to return to the pits. Here is driver change at number 21 leading car. And it seems really Ivar Svaler should be the one who is driving this now. Meanwhile, second place car, Win to Drive Volkswagen, is also in the pits. My lead car is out on the track again. Let's see how the situation pans out. Whoa, and he spins the car in first turn. Can he keep it going? Should Actually, those cars are very tricky to drive. You can think that it's very bad place to turn the car around. So until now, the number 21 team ran without the mistakes. But here it is. And how many time have they lost? Just part of a minute, I would say. And yes, those cars are quite tricky to drive because they are front-wheel drive, of course, and the rear end is very light. And it also means that it's quite difficult to warm up the rear tires. And it seems that Ivar Svallers has had exactly the same problem. Rear wheels, rear tires were certainly not at their temperature into turn one. And just when he turned in, car started to slide, and there it was. But still.
Jā, paldies,
So,
Artūr. Nu, kā esmu
Konstantīns
sevi
Salko
pārgā kopā ar Konstantīnu
with
Salko un uzreiz jāsaka tā.
Oskars.
Bijāt gaidījuši paši, ka izvirsīsieties braucienu vadībā?
Pirmkārt, gribu pateikt, ka diena nebeidzās nekā. Es gaidu, vakaru nevaru sagaidīt.
Vēl 4 stundiņas jāpagaida.
Jā, ir ok, es esmu jau pieradis.
Bet pieticīgi saka, ir ok, labi uzbrauc.
Jā, starp citu bija labi. Mašīna ļoti labi brauc, viss turās labi. Vienīgais, ka beigās jau vispār nevarēja nobraukt normāli līkumā. Pēc tam, kad tikko noņēma riepas, var pamanīt, ka tur korts divās riepās. Riktīgs tāds korts, nu tur nezinu, 2-3 apļi un vienkāršais. Tā kā viss labi. Īstenībā par to divu Lambo, nu, nezinu, situāciju, kā pareizi pateikt, par to nedomāju īstenībā, bet, nu, sanāca, ka es biju vadībā, ja?
Jā, un tavs komandas biedrs arī atgriezās trasē vadībā, un jau pirmajā līkumā Valērs sagriezās. Viņš bija mazliet atcils, viņam vajag uzsildīties.
Nu, nekas, viņš tūlītās uzsildīsies, un viņam būs ļoti labi laiki. Tā kā ir ok, mums vēl ir daudz laika, 4 stundas, tā kā visforši.
Tā nu, Malič, tik forši prieks redzēt, komanda strādā, mašīna strādā labi, viss notiek pēc plāna, arī riepas izmantotas visiem 100%.
Jā, tas gan komandai īstenībā ļoti labs darbs panākt ziemā. Vispār viņi sagatavojas gonkām ļoti, ļoti profesionāli, tāpēc tu var redzēt. Visi cenšamies, izņemot mani īstenībā.
Ko tu ziemā dari? Pie simulātora sēdi?
Jā, pirmo reizi biju pie simulātora 2 dienas atpakaļ pa visu ziemu, tā kā neko es nedarīju, strādāju.
Tad jau jāsaka, ir cepuri nosti tāds temps trasē, neko nedarot, tad ja mazliet pastrādājot, tad vēl ātrāk uzbraukt.
Nu, cenšos, kaut kas ir vēl.
Tev šodien ar šito skaisto bembīti uzvara BMW 325 kausi ietvaros uz tādas pozitīvas un jaudīgas nots. Tev reāli sākās diena. Vai tas iedeva tādu papildus stimulu trasē arī 6 stundu izturības gonkā?
Īstenībā es esmu tā kā izturības braucējs. Viss tā jau zina mani, ka tā kā izturības braucēji. Bet es šodien no rīta gaidīju šito gonku, tikai to sprintu. Es gribēju vienkārši parādīt maksimumu to, ko es varu. Un tas iznāca, kas ir ļoti labi.
Super, Konstantin, tagad tu dosies atpūsties. Ko darīsi to laiku, kamēr tev nav jābrauc? Kāds tev rituāls kaut kāds?
Nezinu, jāizdara kafiju, Coca-Cola kaut kādu, lai ir spēks. Nevis spēks, enerģija.
Jā, un tev varēs dot atkal virsū?
Jā, protams.
Nu, davai, lai izdodās.
Paldies.
Super. Nu jā, lūk, tāda notikuma trasē LV Racing Maleči ritīgi labi pastrādājuši. Mums tiešām liels prieks, ka latviešu komanda, tieši tā, LV Racing, Latvija Racing komanda ir vadībā. Un jā, tikko redzējām arī Flash Racing komanda vēl vienā pitstopā. Nezinu, kas tur pa vainu dzirdēju. Riepas, man liekas, ka arī mainīja. Tā kā interesanti. Šobrīd vairākas komandas, citu ir pitstop zonā. Tā kā, nu, šobrīd iet ņēgu, jāsaka, ir diezgan sarežģīta situācija. Visi kaut ko remontē, cīnās ar tehniku viens ar otru un savā starpā vienā cilvēks 6 stundu izturības sacensības ar pilnu jaudu turpinās DEWALT Gran-pri 2021 Bikерnieku trasē. Aiziet!
So that was a short interview with Konstantin Salko, who just stepped out of the number 21 car. All through timing screen still shows that Salko is at the wheel. He is definitely not. And the team has got a reminder that they need to change driver ID. Anyway, and that's current situation. They lost almost 2 minutes when Ivar Vallers spun the car into basically the first turn after going out of the pits, and Vallers' lap time last time around was 1:31, so is much slower than his teammates have been. But on the other hand, Tauras Kudinavicius, who is driving second place car, Dream to Drive Volkswagen, is even slower. And number 34, ALM customer Honda, which is ALM customer Racing Honda, which is currently driven by Rano Punsen, has been only slightly faster. So it's quite interesting situation right now. And former leader, number 720 Lamborghini, which is now again driven by Paulius Paskiavicius. They are 7 laps down compared to the leader, just absolved their second pit stop. And it remains to be seen what laps time Paskiavicius can do. 7 laps is a lot, of course, but in the same time, if Vallers is going to do 131 laps for the full hour, it's going to be quite difficult for them. But of course, on the other hand, Zviedris and Zalko are very fast drivers. There is one more drama, number 4. Porsche has been hit with €100 fine because of reversing in the refueling area and caused a collision with car number 20. Car number 20 is Peugeot Mazeikiu ASK, and the car is currently standing in the pits. Actually, it was pushed into under the tent, and it means usually that there is some more serious repair work going on. I don't think it's linked to the collision during the refueling. But we'll see. And concerning that fine, which will
Artur, tu pasūtīji Arturam, un es atvedu tev Arturu. Arturs Šivits kopā ar mums, vecīt, čau, prieks tev redzēt trasē. Ļoti labi izskaties, labi uzbrauc, bet saprot, kaut kas ar tehniku nav īsti ritīgi.
Nē, brauc tiešām ļoti labi gāja un bija pareizais feelings. Labi, tur tās pāris ātrākās mašīnas, kas jāpalaiž tur, bet tā visu laiku trasa brīvi, ātrums forši. Atbrauc tagad mainīties, attais kāpot kaut kas degot. Nu, skatīsimies, esam handikapu bišķīt iekrājuši, bet tehniskas problēmas, tu zini, kā var izvērsties dažādi.
Nu, ja kaut kas deg, tā nav laba ziņa, bet mehāniķi ir uzdevuma augstumos, domāju, sākārtos.
Jā, es domāju, ka noteikti, jo tad, ja vien būtu kaut kas kārtība, tad jau kāpt ārā braucējs, bet viņš sēž un gaida, lai mēs varam turpināt sacensības. Viss to tikai sākas, kā teikt.
Tieši tā, un arī sezona tikai tagad sākas, bet sākas ļoti jaudīgi. DEWALT Gran-pri 2021 beidzot var trasē ielikt un kaujas apstākļos rītīgi pacīnīties.
Jā, super. Nu, protams, gribētos vairāk dalībnieks, vai cilvēki nebaidās braukt, sacensības lielisks, bet es domāju, ka sezona foršā vietā sākas un būs interesants gonks, ja mums to atļaus šis gads.
Protams, nu ko, vēl ļoti daudz stundas trasē jāaizved. Ko tu darīsi tagad, starp citu pārtraukumā? Kāds tev varbūt rituāliņš, kā tu atpūties, ko tu paēdi, padzer?
Nē, es tas galīgi tiešām nēdu. Dzeru daudz, sekoju līdzi saviem komandas biedriem un tur īkšķis, un gatavojas nākamajai stundai.
Nu, ko, lai veicās, mēs ar tevi vēl tiksimies un cerams arī uz godu pērstāvu.
Cerēsim.
Dod virsū. Super. Nu, ko, draugi, turpinam. DEWALT Gran-pri 2021 6 stundu izturība brauciens. Viss notiek pa īstam šeit. Kārtīgs autosporta festivāls Bikерniekos.
That interview was Artur Simic, who just stepped out of number 20 Peugeot Mazeikiu ASK. The bad news is that the car was pushed into the tent to be repaired, whatever the reason, but they are currently dropped to P6 and number 720 Porsche have overtaken them. But this is the leading car, number 21 Audi, driven by Ivar Vallers, and Vallers is building up his pace little by little. Last time around his time was 1:30.1, and looking at the times, one can say that top 3 teams, LB Racing, Dream to Drive and ALM Customer Racing, have currently their slowest drivers at the wheel. Ivar Vallers, Tauras Kudinavicius and Rano Bunsen. But as it stands, it's not a problem for them, because the 4th placed car, number 4 Porsche, is not moving faster either. And 5th placed car, number 720 Lamborghini, is faster whatever you do, but it is down compared to the leaders already 7 laps. And as we talked, it's very difficult to fight back. Of course, Ivar Vallers having this spin right after exiting the pits. He lost almost 2 minutes there. Okay, maybe not exactly 2 minutes, but more than 1 minute for sure. His lap time was 3 minutes 16 or something, so huge loss. But it's not lost yet. They are still leading, and the gap compared to 2nd place car is growing, because Ivar Vallers just set the time 1:29.0. Of course, he is 4.5 seconds slower than their fastest lap, but if he can continue in that pace, everything is okay, absolutely no problems. And Yo-Yam BMW, which was involved in that collision with number 911 Volkswagen, is running in a good pace. They actually, it's even funny to see, because their best lap was 1:31.8, and Andres Altpere, who is currently driving the car, just set the lap of 1:32.4, so he's only 6/10 slower than the fastest lap of that car. But now the car is very much spent. One can ask that maybe the car now runs without the rear wing, and it was caused because they couldn't drive faster in the beginning. It was just hindering them. One don't know. And Mindaugas Labosjavicius in Nokia Racing Volkswagen. His pace is okay, 1:27.7 last time around. A little bit slower than before that crash, but still a decent pace. Ivar Vallers in this Audi, his pace is fluctuating very much. He did a 1:29 lap, then last time around it was 1:34, so clearly made some mistake. This time lap time is 1:29.7, so good one again. In Flash Racing Lamborghini. P9 belongs to them currently, and looking what lap times they are doing and what is happening around them. And this is the last car in the ranking, number 55, Tarzania Racing Audi S4. They have had uncounted troubles. Whatever happened, car have simply stopped. It was towed away from the track once. And they are now already 41 laps down compared to the leaders. But still fighting on. And that's the spirit of endurance racing. Whatever happens, you have to fight on. If mathematically you have a chance to do anything, you have to grab that chance. Number 3 and number 4 are together once again. Have seen battles between those cars for several times in the different stages of the race. At one time they were second and third. Now number 3 to drive Volkswagen is second, and number 4 Porsche Baltic Porsche Cayman is fourth, but they're separated by 1 lap. So even if Porsche overtakes the Volkswagen, he will still be behind it, and now it happened. Difference is now less than 1 lap. There is no change in positions, and you can see that Porsche driver Ramonas Seduikis can drive his car much faster than Tauras Kudinavicius can do it with his Volkswagen. But this is former leader Paulus Paskiavicius driving Chevrolet Audi Sainz Lamborghini Huracan once again. They are overall P5 currently. Paskiavicius lap times have been 1:23s generally, while Padovani has just set, in the other Lamborghini, has just set 1:22.8. Which can be called decent race pace. Not excellent, but decent. Especially taking into account how battered and bent their car is. Padovani is doing a good job. Now the lead car with Ivar Svallers at the wheel. I just wanted to tell you that he's constantly under 130s, but there is a little lapse in this succession. 131.0 was his most recent lap. Not bad, still not bad, because second place car is still much slower. The gap grows all the time. But number 20, Mažeikių ASK Peugeot, is still standing in the 10th. They are now 14 laps behind the leaders, while, yes, it is number 55, Tarzania Racing Audi, standing on the track. Every kind of flags are shown. Yellow flag before the car, green flag after the car. And while they certainly have the fighting spirit. You can't give up before it's really over. But maybe they should teleport to some other places just to keep the car going. Exiting the pits and stopping on the track just 1 or 2 laps after that. What's the point? Seduikis in Porsche Cayman is doing quite good laps, although he's not closing in the gap to third place car of ELM Customer Racing, but at least lap times are in the same region and he can manage the gap. Slavosjavicius in Noker. Volkswagen now he's moving quite quickly once again. 1:26.7, and here's the crash which the car was involved in earlier during the race. Incident is still under investigation. But yes, it's difficult to blame not Slavosjavicius, but Kestutis Stasionis, who was at the wheel of that Volkswagen. He told that the blue flags were shown to Johan BMW and flashed the lights as well, so yeah. What is sure is that both those teams lost a lot of ground, and 911 could have been a leader if you think, aha, number 55 Tarzan Audi is running again, running into the pits. At least they are not out on the track and don't cause any yellow flags or safety cars. That's a good news. But perhaps some repair will happen just to keep going. Looking at that top 3, number 34 Honda, which is driven by Ranno Bunsen, is the fastest car in top 3. Bunsen, who is well-known racing driver, but not that much, but well-known rally driver in Estonia, has just set a lap time of 1:28.6, and he's significantly faster than those cars in front of him, and while he is certainly the slowest one in his team, he has decent lap times. And the good thing is that although he has been now at the wheel for almost half an hour, he's not losing pace, but quite the opposite. He is going faster and faster. So perhaps he has managed to save tires to the first part, and here he is. Number 34 Honda is third and closing the gap to the second place car. The gap is still 27 seconds, but considering that there is still at least half an hour of this stint left, and with Bunsen being at least second faster than Tauras Kudinavicius in Green to Drive Volkswagen in front of him. They can be quite close when it starts to be a time for a next pit stop. This time number 911 Volkswagen manages to overtake the slower competitor without any fuss. Then lets Oskavicius by as well. Bunsen's lap times may be not the fastest of all, but he's very steady, 128 all the time. And that's good. That's good if you can manage a steady pace during the second part of your stint, where tire wear is certainly factoring already. That is a good sign. Seduikis in number 4 Porsche, which happens to be in the 4th place. 5th place currently belongs to number 720 Lamborghini, which led the race in the beginning until the brake problems, but the gap between them is now 3 laps. And Oskavicius lapping about 8 seconds, 7 or 8 seconds faster than Seduikis. Okay, even with that pace difference, it takes long time to get back 3 laps. And if you look at the timing screen, then you can see that gaps between the teams are counted in laps rather than minutes or seconds. The only exception is positions 2 and 3. And this is right, the second place car, Green to Drive Volkswagen, which loses ground to 3rd place ALM Customer Racing Honda with every lap. Not much, but at least second per lap, or even a little bit more. Tauras Kudinavicius seems to be the slowest of 3 drivers in this car. But on the other hand, we haven't reached even the half time of the race. And yes, the chasing car, number 34, Ranno Bunsen, has set his personal best, 1:27.5, and he took more than 3 seconds back from this car in 1 lap. So the gap, which was over half a minute just a handful of laps ago, is now only 21 seconds. And if Bunsen can keep going, making no mistakes, there can be a position change towards the end of the stint. And Andreas Altpere in Joja BMW is very bent BMW. If it's shown from the rear side, you can see, yeah, it's quite. It hit the concrete barrier with its rear, then was repaired, thankfully. But now Andreas Altpere is close to the best lap times of that car. And Ivar Svallers in leading Audi is extremely cautious. The straight line speed of that Audi should be much higher than that of BMW, and now yes, Altmaier perhaps was shown blue flags, and he did what he was supposed to do, let the leader by. It of course means that Wallers lost quite a big chunk of time while waiting. Perhaps it was the right thing to do. Because the gap to the closest competitor is still growing. Tauras Kudinavicius in number 3 Volkswagen was still slower. And Thomas Padovani in number 69 Lamborghini is in the pits. And it should mean that there will be a driver change as well. And as it stands, it should be Vilnis Patraks who takes over the car. There are P9, but currently only 2 laps behind 8th place Marseille SK Peugeot, which is still being repaired in the pits. Seduikis is in number 4 Porsche, 131.6. You can call it team management. The car out on the track, managing well, because the car is in P4, and it's a long race. Only 2 hours and 42 minutes have passed since the start was given, and while it may seem quite a long time, there is still more than 3 hours to go. And looking at all the drama we have seen during this first 2 hours and 42 minutes, no one can guarantee we wouldn't have something like that during the second half of the race. So Thomas Padovani is out of the Flash Racing Lamborghini. Arturs Batraks is in the car once again, and he crashed it right here. You can see the tire marks on the track. And Ivar Svallers in the leading car has now set his personal best lap time, 1:28.2. While the fastest man in top 3 is still Rano Bunsen, who is driving number 34 Honda. And top 4 cars are now covered more than 100 laps. Leaders have completed 102 of them. And Ivar Svallers, he has done generally quite a good job. I'm not talking about that first turn spin, which cost them at least a minute, perhaps even more, 1.5 minutes maybe. But after that, he has done a solid job, built up his speed, and just doing one lap after another. 128.3 was the recent one. Okay lap, I would say. But now it starts to become interesting, because second and third place cars are almost together, and here you see them. Number 3 Volkswagen Sirocco in front, and number 34 Honda Civic behind them, and Ranno Bunsen at the wheel of that Honda. He has been catching Tauras Kudinavicius in the Volkswagen by the rate of 2 or 3 seconds, now even 3.5 seconds per single lap, and now they are together. And the question is where Bunsen will overtake his direct competitor, and the answer is here. But this one is number 55 Tarzania Audi once again. It's barely moving. In which part of the track? Turn 1. Now they are even not shown on the timing screen anymore, because they have covered less than 50% of the distance covered by leading car. And doing at least 50% of laps of the leader is prerequisite to be classified. So to be honest, there is little hope and little point for them to continue going at all. I don't know what should have happened for them to get into those 50%. Some earthquake or tsunami, maybe, nothing less. And yes, we have a new car in the second place. Ranno Bunsen in number 34 Honda has overtaken Tauras Kudinavicius in number 3 Volkswagen. Here they are. So Bunsen has done a really good job at the wheel. Maybe he's the slowest of 3, but looking at the times he has done, maybe not. And he certainly somehow has managed to conserve the tires, because he has not lost any pace. Okay, maybe slightly, but generally he has been very steady. Two Lamborghinis are together once again. Arturs Patraks in Flash Racing Lamborghini and Paulus Vaskiavicius in Šiauliai Audi size Lamborghini. Basically, can I see blue flag shown to Flash? No, I can't, but of course Patraks lets another car by, because what the regulation states is that even if the blue flags are not shown, you must let the lapping car by on the first possible occasion. And it was exactly what Patraks did. And third place car, number 3 Volkswagen Sirocco, is in the pits. Refueling is underway. So Tauras Kudinavicius entered the pits quite early. I would say that he has not been at the wheel more than 1 hour, even less maybe. While the regulations say that the maximum driving time stint length, to be more precise, is 70 minutes. But here is the new number 2, actually P2 2 car. 55 Audi is moving once again. Returning back to the pits. And Jojan BMW is also in the pits, and it looks like they have a regular pit stop. Even if the car is not that regular, especially from the rear. One of 2 Estonian teams in this race. Another one being ALM Customer Racing, currently in P2. But yes, as we are closing to the half-time, to the 3-hour mark, we are also closing to the next round of regular pit stops. Number 85, of course, was out of the normal pit stop sequence due to that lengthy repair. But now I think they are more or less back to their original schedule. This is not a direct battle, although those are cars on positions 2 and 3, and you see how much number 3 Volkswagen has lost ground to number 34 Honda during that pit stop. There is now 2 laps difference, but Tauras Tunila in number 3 Volkswagen has been shown blue flags, and it's all right because he is 2 laps down compared to number 34, and basically he should give way to number 4 as well, because number 4 Porsche is 1 lap in front of him. But what we have seen until now, I think Tunila in number 3 Sirocco, Volkswagen Sirocco, is much faster than Sedukis in number 4 Porsche, and perhaps having fresh tires will catch number 34 Honda as well, but yeah, we will see. In any case, number 34 Honda and number 4 Porsche must make their second pit stops in the space of 10 or 15 minutes. And then we will see when this pit stop cycle will be over, how the positions and gaps will change. Ivar Svallers here in the leading car. Steady pace, not that fast, but the main thing, car is running. Posting 1 lap after another, and this is exactly what you need during the endurance race. Timing screen tells us that Tauras Tunila, actually number 3 Volkswagen, last lap time was 2:51. Of course, it was time with a pit stop. They lost some time before that lap.
Jā, nu, diemžēl padavusies komanda.
And over to Oskars.
We've seen you in the pit stops more than out there in the track. What's wrong with the car?
So right now we are just testing our car, and we're having some problems that we didn't have any time before. So that's the main problem, and we don't really know what's the problem. sometimes when you drive it like crazy, it drives normally. But if you just try to save it, it stalls, and I don't know what's exactly, but.
So could it be like an electronical problem?
Yeah, it seems like it is. And what's worse, that we were not prepared for this one, you know. So we have no spare parts and stuff like this. So it's going to be interesting to fix it. But at least we would like to finish this race, even if it's going to be the last place. But
will the team try to sort it out, or this is it? Are you finishing now?
No. We're going to try it just because we have some time left and we need to finish it anyway. So
that's the spirit, man.
Yeah, that's the spirit. The spirit is, a bit lower. If we are in Lithuania, where we are like at home, everybody can help us, so it's going to be easier. But right now, if we need some spare parts, we are out of it. So it's going to be interesting. But we'll try. We'll try our best.
But this is what 6-hour endurance racing is all about. It's not only fighting in the racetrack, but also in the paddock. And the mechanics are pushing it really hard. I've seen your team working before, and they're really, really on it. Full concentration, full power.
Yeah, so we, everybody came from the garage. And we have some, and I was driving the drift. So we have some pits like this, when you have to fix your car in a few minutes. So everybody is prepared for this, but not in the part, just, I don't know. We'll try. We'll do our best. And if we are good to go, we'll try. But I don't want to go again with stalling in the middle of the track and just interrupting everybody's race. So,
yeah. So best of luck to you guys. Really hope to see you back out there in the track, and hopefully see you next time as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Cheers. See you soon.
Cheers. Ko dzirdējām, tātad īsti nav līdz galam skaidrs, kas tad par problēmām piemeklēs šo te Tazānijas komandas Audi. Viens minējums varētu būt, ka tā ir elektronisks dabas problēma, bet, protams, tā ir tikai spekulācija, jo šo kaiti īsti nevar atrast, nezinu arī, ko atrisināt komanda. Protams, tagad gan es negribētu Arturu samānīties, bet man šķiet kādu reizi 10 jau varētu būt ir šeit pitstop zonā, bet kas ir pats svarīgākais, viņi nepadodās, un viņi uzskata, ka loģiski ir jācīnās līdz galam, viņi testē šo automašīnu un attiecīgi mēģinās atrisināt. Un vismaz vēl kādas apļus nobraukt, diezgan pilots atzina, ka būtu ļoti nepatīkami atkal atgriezties trasē, jo pie situācijas, kad nevar kaut ko atrisināt, jo automašīna vienkārši noslāpst, nav iespējams viņu piedarbināt. Līdz ar to šāda situācija negribētos atkārtot, bet tomēr viņi saglabā cerību vēl turpināt šo sacīksmi, vismaz godam finišēt un sasniegt šo te finiša kāroto karogu. Bet redzēsim, šobrīd es redzu, ka tātad pitstop zonā ir iebraucis Peugeot, kurš vēl pirms neilga brīža Artūra Šimina vadībā diezgan lielā ātrumā brauc pa trasi pēc pilotu maiņas, tika saramātēts. Tur briesma lietas, tur īstenībā bija starp turbīnu un motoru vāku tik milzīgs karstums, ka motoru vāks bija burtiski izkusis, un viņiem nācās mainīt šo augšējo daļu, to viņi paveica. Attiecīgi mēģināja atrisināt arī šo te starpsienu starp turbīnu un šo te motoru vāku, un, teiksim tā, dažādām lauku metodēm, ja tā var nosaukt, mēģināja šo te problēmu atrisināt, un redzam, viņi ir atpakaļ šobrīd pitstop zonā un šobrīd risina šo te problēmu. Turpina cīnīties, kas arī ir pats svarīgākais šajā te 6 stundu izturības sacensību formātā. DEWALT Gran-pri 2021, pat jāsaka, jau pusi no distances Baltijas Endurance Challenge Championship ietvaros esam aizvadījuši, un vēl tikpat trasē apli jānoriņķo, un pagaidām diezgan interesanti sacīks, tā kā turpinām vērot notikumus trasē.
And back to the track. The track with number 3 Volkswagen Sirocco, now driven by Tauras Tunila. They're keeping their 4th place, and now 5th directly behind. Okay, directly is not the right word, but next behind them is number 720 Lamborghini, who is Paulius Paskiavicius at the wheel. Of course, Paskiavicius have been at the wheel for quite a time now. Tunila just jumped into the car, and here you can see Paskiavicius in the Lamborghini. So the gap between them is now still more than 1 lap, and while the Lamborghini is about 5 seconds per lap faster than Volkswagen. It takes quite a time to catch. And I suspect that Paskevicius should enter the pits. His stint will be over before he can catch Tunila. Anyway, we will see. What happens in front is that Ivar Svallers and in the first place, who is number 21 Audi, and Ranno Bunsen in P2, who is number 34 Honda, have very similar pace. Gap is 2 laps between them. But the interesting thing is to compare the gap between leaders and number 720 Lamborghini, and as it was 7 laps at one moment, it is only 4 laps now. And it is exactly at halftime, still 3 hours to go. It is not so easy, well, for LV Racing. Although they are leading, and the next car is more than 1 lap down. The biggest danger is currently in P5, and it is named Chevrolet Audi Sainz Lamborghini. Of course, Paulius Paskevicius is the fastest, and the leading car is in the pits. Refueling is going on. Refueling, as you can see, is done manually. Manual pumps are only allowed. And number 4 Porsche is also in the pits. So I want to tell that if Paulius Paskevicius will complete his stint, then Audius Putkevicius will take over, and Putkevicius was not as fast as Paskevicius. So while he is probably able to close the gap to the leading LV Racing Audi, the gap will go down not that fast, and on the other hand, LV Racing will have faster drivers with Zalko Zviedris in the car. It looks like Walter Zviedris is taking over the leading car. And it remains to be seen what their strategy is. Is it the new leader, number 34 Honda? No, it is not. Because they were too far back compared to LV Racing Audi. And their pit stop should happen in the very near future as well. Ranno Bunsen has, so Audi is out and keeping the lead, no question. And yes, Walter Zviedris is at the wheel of the leading car, while Ranno Bunsen in number 34 Honda is a little bit more than lap behind. And
Я, Андрей, runāju, Porsche Baltic Teltī šobrīd atrodos. Ну что ж, рассказывай, что у вас за приключения там в трассе?
Ну, приключения. У нас машина Traction Control нормально не работает. Либо работает, либо нет. И она сама переключает передачу. Сам не можешь переключать. И вот едешь, например, на прямой, и она сама переключает передачу. И нам сразу минус 2 секунды. На повороте тоже. Тебе надо газ нажимать, а она переключает на 3-ю передачу, когда надо 2-ю. Так вот такие проблемы. Так-то супер рейс. Все.
Ну что ж, молодцы, как бы надо пытаться до конца. Это же 6 часов гонка, еще все впереди.
Маленькая проблема, да.
Nu, davai, zagaiet, молодцы.
Спасибо.
Nu, super. Nu, ko dzirdējām komentāru no Porsche Baltica. Un atkal Peugeot atgriežas šeit pitstop zonā ļoti sliktas ziņas. Starp citu arī ar Arturu Šiminu pat pārunāju. Diezgan šokēts viņš ir par šādu notikumu. Tur ir kādas problēmas šobrīd ar vienu no spolēm. Starp citu, tās tiek mainītas, tāpēc viņi šobrīd mēģina saprast, kāpēc nedarbojas motors pilni jaudu. Bet jā, kā Porsche Baltika komandas pilots teica, tad tur esot problēmas ar ātrumu kārvu, pati pārslēdzoties, tur visādi krēņķi notiek. Un īsti netiek galā ar tehniku, bet cīnās līdz galam, tas ir pats galvenais. Es tagad gribētu uz sarunu LV Racing teltī Ivaru Valeri dabūt pie sarunas. Viņš veica savu pirmo stintu, savu pirmo iebraucienu, un gribam zināt, kā viņiem ir veicies. LV Racing pamatīgi pastrādājuši ir, lai šajā sacīkstē būtu līderos un attiecīgi pelnījuši ir. Tur jau iet vaļā, jau kāds ir noķēris viņu pirms manis neko. Mediji dara lielisku darbu arī šajās sacīkstēs. Pamatīgi strādā, tūlīt redzēsim, vai noteikti tiksim pie sarunas. Nav bijis tāds gadījums, kad es nevarētu sarunāt kādu interviju. Bet, tikmēr, kā jau teicu, LV Racing dara pamatīgi labu darbu. Komanda strādā fantastiski, redzam šo telti, redzam atbalsta komanda, mehāniķi, menedžeri, ģimenes, visi ir iesaistīti, visi cenšas strādā, dara, lai rezultāts būtu, kā saka, spot on. Mēs starp citu par rezultātiem runājot, tūlēs arī varam apskatīties, kā šobrīd mums izskatās. TCR ieskaitē. Jā, tātad LV Racing ir vadībā. Ja mani rezultāti ir precīzi, tad šobrīd viņi ir vadībā. Tieši tā. Te ir Ivars. Mēs varētu Ivaru dabūt uz pāris vārdiem. Sveiks, Ivar. Prieks tev redzēt. TV tiešai, tu esi gaisā, tu esi eterā un tu esi smaidīgs līdz ausīm, kā gribas teikt. Tas nozīmē, ka viss notiek pēc plāna?
Jā, viss notiek pēc plāna. Kā saka, pildu komandas norādījums, braucam vienmērīgā tempā, nepieļaujot liekas kļūdas. Pieļauju vienu mazu kļūdiņu elkonī, sākumā riepas augsts un pat dziļi sagriez un mašīna vienkārši apgriezās. Ja? Bet, tā kā neko baigi nezaudējām, trasē mašīnas bija maz un jā, tā kā principā ir labi.
Vēl sit višķi pa nerviem tāda kļūda jau pašā pirmajā līkumā.
Protams, viennozīmīgi, un tu jau skaties uzreiz, ka tur var nākt mašīnas, un mēs esam redzējuši, kas te notiek, jā, un es tieši no tā momenta visvairāk sabijos, kad kāds nenāk, un es tur kaut kā mēģinu apgriezties, jā, teiksim. Bet, viss izdevās, pēc tam dabūju to savu tempiņu, tā arī centos turēt. Protams, bija tur atpalicēji un nelaida un zilie karogi, un tev vienkārši nelaiž garām, un tu nevari apsteigt, tāpēc, ka tā mašīna jau principā, vienu kļūdu pieļauj, kas nokaram maksā, es domāju, diezgan daudz, un tā kā es arī centos no tā izvairīties, jā.
Viss veiksmīgi pagaidām. Komanda strādā brīnišķīgi, viss tā kā pēc pulksteņa, es gribētu teikt.
Tieši tā, jā, es esmu ļoti apmierināts ar komandu, viņi strādā lieliski, un es domāju, ka mēs piloti arī savu darbu daram, tā kā rezultātam, domāju, jābūt. Tagad galvenais jānobrauc līdz galam, un jā.
Pilots sastāvs jums ļoti labs, visi izdara savu darbiņu labi, un šeit arī, protams, jāsaka mums, skatītājiem, televīzijai, faniem, visiem ļoti liels prieks redzēt jūs top pašā augšgalā. Tur 3 stundas vēl, tā nav joka lieta.
Tieši tā, 3 stundas ir pietiekami ilgs laiks, šeit viss var sekundē mainīties, jā, teiksim, viena maza kļūda var maksāt pēc tam 10-15 apļus, jā, tā kā es domāju, ka mērķis ir braukt stabili, piesardzīgi, savā tempā, nepārforsējot, jo mēs nebraucam sprinta sacensību, kurā tu apļus riņķo pēc maksimāli ātri, jā, mums ir jānobrauc visu sacensību līdz galam, jādabū ieskaita, un tad, es domāju, arī būs rezultāts.
Stabilitāte ir galvenā lieta.
Tieši tā.
Novēl jums stabilitāti dot virsū, Malači.
Paldies.
Super šājam vaļā, DEWALT Gran-pri 2021 ar pilnu jaudu. Leciņš ārā vienkārši brīnišķīgs, un jums ir tā ekskluzīvā iespēja sekot līdz visiem notikumiem trasē, visas nedēļas nogales garumā, visās iespējamās sociālās platformās, sporta centra televīzijā, tā ka palieciet uz viņu, būs interesanti.
Back to the track, and this is leading car number 21 Audi, which was quite close to losing their lead after Walter Zviedris took over. They were just a couple of seconds in front of second place number 34 ALM Customer Racing Honda, but this car, which is driven by Ranno Bunsen. But of course, Walter Svedris is on fresh tires. Ranno Bunsen is on very, very worn tires. He is perhaps quite close to the end of his stint, but still making good lap times and showing decent pace. So Bunsen has done very good race, very good at least this stint. And he was really close to taking the lead. Actually, it didn't happen, but he has to make his regular pit stop, I think, in next 5 or 10 minutes, I would say. But what is interesting is that number 720 Lamborghini is now very close to taking third place away from number 3 Volkswagen. The gap now is only, actually it was only 14 seconds, one lap ago. But Lamborghini, of course, is much faster on the track. And let's see what the situation is right now when another lap. Oh, it's only 7.8 seconds. So it's very likely that towards the end of this lap, number 3 Volkswagen and number 720 Lamborghini will be together, and there is of course no question which car is faster. The thing is that Chevrolet R-Design's Lamborghini should make its pit stop quite soon. On the other hand, Dream to Drive Volkswagen just was in the pits about 10 or 15 minutes ago. But yes, Lamborghini will take third place, there is no doubt about it. The question is for how long? Here you can see the current standings. And one of the big dramas during the first half of the race. And now number 34, second place car is in the pits. Ranno Bunsen is out and Peter Beck is perhaps in the car taking it over. The big question is in which position they will return to the track. But the big drama, one of the big dramas we had during the first half of the race was the collision between number 85, Jaguar BMW, and number 911, Nokia Racing Volkswagen. And the steward's verdict was that number 85 was guilty, but the punishment was, I would say, quite mild, drive through, for ignoring blue flags and causing a collision. So number 34 is running once again. And where do they return? We will see. Yeah, they are now third already. So number 720 Lamborghini of Chevrolet RD Designs, who is Paulius Paskiavicius at the wheel, has taken second place. Number 3 Dream to Drive Volkswagen is third, and number 34 ALM Customer Racing Honda is fourth. But of course, Lamborghini must take a visit to the pits quite soon, and it will drop them back. So over to Oscars once again.
Привет! Я очень рад тебя видеть здесь, в Бикерниеки трассе.
Спасибо.
Ну как покатался?
Я думаю, нормально. Первый раз такой дисциплин. Надо много еще учиться. Но по большому плану, да, хорошо все было. Спокойно.
Автошоссе это тебе не ралли, там боком нельзя заезжать в поворот.
Ну да, это надо привыкаться, что прямо ехать. Это мы там, тренировки тоже делали, и там уже что-то случилось, что знаем.
Ну это для опыта, я думаю, очень хорошо. Почти очень много, кстати, раллийных пилотов едут и в шоссе, кольцевые гонки, потому что много чего можно научиться тоже здесь.
Ну так и есть. Уже в прошлом году предлагали мне такой вариант, и в этом году реализировали.
Ну, супер, молодцы. Как вообще команда работает, как результат, самый довольный до сих пор?
Команда все супер, все хорошо работают, идеально.
Ну классно. Что ты будешь сейчас делать? Отдыхаешь, что ты будешь? Кофе пить или какой у тебя ритуал?
Ну, сейчас отдыхаем и скоро опять.
Ну все, чуть-чуть отдохнешь и опять газу в пол.
Да, да.
Ну что, Rano, молодец, супер, зажигайте и увидимся в трассе.
Спасибо.
Davai. Nu, ko Rano Buncens ļoti labi zināms rallija pilots no Igaunijas, arī ir pirmo reizi saņēmies pamēģināt šo te autošoseis disciplīnu un pats ļoti priecīgs, apmierināts, saka, kolosāla pieredze. Pamainīt šīs disciplīnas, pamēģināt, kā tas ir, braukt pa trajektorijām, braukt precīzi katru aplīti vienā tempā. Nu, spējuši rallija piloti, ticiet man, ir ļoti liels izaicinājums, bet Rano ļoti pieredze bagāts un ALM komanda ļoti pieredzējis komanda. Es domāju, ka tur viss kārtībā, kā viņš pats teica, treniņi ir aizvadīti un šis tas jau ir saprasts. Tā kā šobrīd viss notiekot pēc plāna, esot apmierināti ar rezultātu, tehnika strādā, komanda ir lieliska. Tā kā viss tip-top, kā saka. Nu ko, DEWALT Gran-pri 2021, nu jau esam aizgājuši tajā otrajā fāzē, otrajā pusē, 6 stundu izturības sacensībām Baltic Endurance Championship ietveros šeit Bikерniеки trasē. Fantastiska diena, pilna ar notikumiem, pilna ar cīņām trasē visos braucienos un bez drāmas, protams, arī neiztikt. Tāds ir autosports un tieši tāpēc mēs to tik ļoti mīlam. Šājam tālāk.
And the most recent interviewee was Rano Bunsen, who managed to take this car, number 34 ALM Customer Racing Honda, to P3, P2 even. Okay, temporarily now they are continuing in P4, but Bunsen was very satisfied with his race. He's actually quite well-known rally driver in Estonia, but told the Oscars that it was his first circuit racing at all, but looking what he did, not only that he gained several places, but to the lap times, he really did a good job. Now Peter Beck is at the wheel of number 34. They have dropped to P4, but we still have 2 hours and 43 minutes to go. Until now, this team is one of the very few which have had no problems at all. So they have been just running, maybe not at the fastest pace, but that's the thing in endurance racing. You have to keep going. When you keep going, you gather one lap after another, and the number of laps is which counts in the end. If you have some problems and you're standing in the pits, it's very bad, and they have managed to avoid it. And looking how much faster number 3 Volkswagen is in front of them, actually they are not faster. They have quite similar lap times. Now Peter Beck, who is driving this car, perhaps tires are at their working temperature, and he has no need to rush. Just keep the pace with number 3 Volkswagen. It would be enough. we have seen that the crew of number 34 is evenly matched, much more evenly matched than that of number 3. Because I don't know what the strategy is. Maybe number 3 don't put their slowest driver Tauras Kutinavičius to the wheel anymore. We will see it towards the end. Wow, Peter Beek is now really pushing. He was 2 seconds faster than Tauras Tonila in front of him. And number 720 Lamborghini has been in the pits. They are now shown as P4. I haven't seen them in the pits. Were they in the pits during the interview? But anyway, they are shown in P4. Who is Paulius Paskiavicius still at the wheel? Does it mean they are refueling? Because Lamborghini has a big tank and to refuel it manually it takes some time. And here you see second and third place car, and is it going to be a change of position? Yes, number 720 Lamborghini is in the pits. There is driver change, and it means Audius Butkiavicius will take over the car. And what we see during the first stints, Butkiavicius has not been as fast as Paskiavicius. Anyway, they are back in P4 and back on the track. Here they go. Now let's have a look to the gaps. Or rather, let them do one lap and then we can see what are the prospects for number 720 Lamborghini, Xiaolai RD Science team. And yes, Peter Beek has taken P2 back. Managed to overtake Tauras Tonila. So Walter Svedri is in number 21, Audi is leading, Peter Beek in number 34, Honda is second, and Tauras Tonila in number 3, Volkswagen is third, and number 720 Lamborghini, who is Audrius Butkiavicius, is currently third. We will see if Butkiavicius can post a full lap, then we can compare the lap times and do some calculation. And Beek is pulling away from Tonila. That is clear. The main thing is not to destroy the tires. Beek was during his first stint quite conservative in the beginning. Then he could keep his pace for quite a long, but towards the end of his stint he mysteriously slowed down. The lap times were far over 1:30 and they lost a chunk of time. But as you can see, they fought back. Rando Bunsen did a really good job during his stint. And now Peter Beek, having taken over, 1:26 is his lap times. Actually 1:26.1 has been this car's fastest lap time. So Beek is driving close to his maximum. Number 720 Lamborghini has been shown several times, but the director seemingly tries to catch somebody else. No. And Lamborghini now is P4. Audrius Butkiewicz' lap times are not great, 1:24, but during his first stint he was working like a clockwork, 1:24s all the time. Maybe a little bit slower than his teammate Paulius Butkiewicz, but that was good enough until the brake problem stuck and they lost several laps. So if Butkiewicz can continue in this pace, he will be about 2 seconds faster than leader Walter Svedris in LB Racing Audi. But yeah, 4 laps down, it will be difficult. Lamborghini can definitely take second place, but victory, I can't say it's out of question because still 2.5 hours to go and anything can happen to anybody, as we can see, have seen several times already. This very car was in clear lead. They had 2 laps in hand over second place car, but now they are 4 laps down compared to the same car. Without doing anything wrong, just technical glitch, no brakes at one moment, or at least brakes were very weak. There was no crash, just Butkiewicz drove the car into the pits and the repairs begun. Number 85 Jan BMW is in the pits for another time. His black side is rather bent, as you can see. But it doesn't hinder them. Maybe the car is a little bit more compact, but it certainly doesn't hinder the speed we have seen. Did I notice correctly that there was no driver change? Matt Keskula was sitting at the wheel before the pit stop. And out they go. Meanwhile, this is Artur Batrax in another Lamborghini, number 69. Currently in P8, but is closing into the Jan BMW. Actually, as BMW was in the pits, maybe they are already taken the place away. Just timing is not showing it yet because the full lap is not completed. Anyway, we will see soon. But Audrius Butkiewicz in another Lamborghini is clearly pushing now. He had 1:24.1 Recently, before it, there was 1:23 something his lap time. So he's definitely closing in compared to top 3. But his problem and his team's problem is that they are several laps down compared even to third place car, not speaking about the leaders. And yes, Artur Batrax in this number 69 Lamborghini is now in P7. In front of number 85 BMW. But there is little chance for them to gain any more positions because Batrax has completed 110 laps, but number 911 Nukker Racing Team Volkswagen, which is B6 and has its fair share of drama, also is 13 laps in front of them. So on their own, it's impossible for Flash Racing to catch anybody here. But still, they are going. And after that crash, which happened to Batrax, the fact itself that the car is running, it's like a wonder. On one side, they were unlucky that Batrax made that crash, made that mistake, but on the other hand, they were really lucky that the car hit the barrier in the place where there was tire stack in front of concrete, and Batrax was able to drive back to the pits under his own power. Strong car is that Lamborghini, that is certain. We saw that today. This is second place car, ELM Customer Racing Honda Civic, driven by Peter Beck. And Beck is now lapping a little bit faster even than leader Walter Zviedris. Now almost similar lap times, just separated by 1/10 only recently. And you can see that Beck is pushing. Car is moving around quite a lot under braking, dropping its nose. But their lap times are not that fast because the car which flashed on the background, number 911 Nukker Racing Volkswagen, which is driven by Sten Piirimägi, another Estonian driver now, has been much faster recently, of course. Nukker Racing Volkswagen is several laps down due to that collision. And it is very difficult for them to fight back. But still, they are trying. Almost 2.5 hours till the checkered flag, and we have seen so many dramas today. There is no guarantee there will be no more dramas. Of course, the team of this car, leading LV Racing Audi, hopes there will be no dramas for them. Actually, they have had quite a quiet race today, with the exception of Ivar Svaller's spin just after leaving the pits. They lost maybe a minute, maybe 1.5 minutes there, but after that Svaller's calmed down, kept a steady pace and kept the main thing, kept the car the tarmac, and they are still leading. And closest competitors, number 34, ALM Customer Racing, is 2 laps behind. So nothing to worry about. Shadows in Riga are becoming longer and longer, and you can see that the back part of the track is almost fully in shadow now. So it means the track temperature will drop. Luckily, the weather have been good today, not that warm, but at least dry. There were some damp patches on the track in the morning, but they dried out quite quickly when the sun came out, and the conditions have been very good. And Svedris has certainly picked up the pace a little bit. Now he's in 125s, while Peter Beck in number 34 Honda is in 27s, and Tauras Tunila in number 3 Volkswagen in 129s even. But yes, for LV Racing, the main thing now is to avoid any kind of problems, keep reasonable pace, and just bring the car home. You saw the Šiauliai Sainz Lamborghini for a moment in the same frame. Lamborghini may be the only threat for the leading car because of the speed, but looking at the speed difference or lap time difference, Lamborghini is maybe 1.5 or 2 seconds faster per lap. It's impossible to make up for all those lost 3 or 4 laps. Yes, 4 laps is gap shown. Of course, with a prerequisite that LV Racing will not hit any trouble. Any major trouble, I would say. Until now, of course, that spin, it was painful. It changed anything. Didn't change anything. Andrius Limas is currently driving this number 4 Porsche of Porsche Baltic team. The car is in 5th place. 1 lap down compared to number 720 Lamborghini, and actually 2 laps down and 4 laps in front of number 911 Nokia Racing Porsche, so nothing to worry about. And actually nobody to catch either. Just keep going. Leading car has completed 139 laps. looking at how many they have now. 2 laps in hand over second place car, and Walter Svedris with Audi is about 1.5 seconds per lap faster than Peter Beck in second place Honda, so there is no danger at all on this side. And really, if you look at the timing screen and the column which is called the gap, then all the gaps are in laps except one, which is between second and third place cars, and that gap is about half a minute, but growing. We had an interview with Konstantin Salko about 1 hour ago when he just completed his first stint in the number 21 Audi. Those who saw it, there was shown another car of that team, LV Racing, exactly in the same colors. And Salko, of course, drove already 2 races today, 2 sprint races in BMW 325 Cup, and he won them both. Of course, the first race finish was a little bit controversial when Salko hit Mattis Mezaks into the final turn and Mezaks went off, but still the stewards looked at the incident and decided it doesn't need any further action. So Salko is officially 2-time winner today, and if they can keep their car going, making no mistakes, then it's very much possible that Konstantin Salko will take 3 race wins in one day, and that is quite an achievement. Of course, Salko is certainly the most experienced driver here over all classes. He's still the first and only driver from Baltic states who has participated in Le Mans 24-hour race 2017 with ARC Bratislava team in LMP2 car, very fast car. So that is kind of experience other drivers didn't have. And he has put his experience to good use. Walter Svedris, who is currently driving number 21, is also not that experienced, but still has even different kinds of cars. He's still competing with go-karts. He's still competing with legends, which are very different sort of beast. Rear-wheel drive, very nimble, very light, very small, compact, whatever. So absolutely different car compared to this Audi. But he's still fast with everything. Looking at the lap times, praising Svedris. Oh, number 85, BMW was so much sideways. Merkeskula is driving this car now. I think he was a little bit too much sideways. maybe he didn't lost any time. But it's an endurance race. You have to think about your tires, and for the driver behind you, it was also maybe if you don't know what the car in front will do. It's not an easy moment. And Sviedris has dropped the pace a little bit because there are slower cars have been in front of him, and he was rather cautious when overtaking them. And that is our second placed car, number 34 ALM Customer Racing Honda. Peter Beck still at the wheel with this car. Beck this lap perhaps lost some time when Lamborghini went by, but still he has good pace. And the main thing is that he's almost constantly faster than car number 3 behind him. So the gap is growing all the time. It was 38 seconds last time. Actually, 38 seconds. I think sector times are shown here, probably. And Arturus Batrax in this Lamborghini Flash Racing Lamborghini is also doing 125s, as is Audrus Butkiewicz in another Lamborghini. Butkiewicz has lost pace a little bit. Looking at the lower end of the standings, number 55 Tarzania Racing Audi is the dead last. I'm even not able to tell you if the car is still running. They had several problems, and during the interview they told that there is perhaps some problems with electronics, and they are now handling this competition like a test drive. They just need to find what the problem is, but they don't want to go out to the track and here they are. Yes, they are running, and they don't want just to go out and stall on the track after half a lap. Now they are moving. That fast, and they are, of course, very difficult will be for them to be classified here. Perhaps they can't fulfill the 50% distance clause. It means that if you have to drive at least 50% of the distance of the overall winner. And if we look now to the leaders, LV Racing Audi has done 146 laps, so 50% of it would be 73. And yeah, it needs some calculation here, but certainly they are under it now. And number 20, Maciej Kłaszka, Peugeot 308 RC is also standing in the pits for some time already. So they are those two last cars. P8 currently belongs to number 85 Estonian team Jojam with their BMW 325. This car was involved in a collision with 911 snooker racing Volkswagen and was deemed guilty in that incident, so they got a drive-through penalty for ignoring blue flags and causing a collision. And 85 comes into pits. Should be a regular pit stop. Yes, there is driver change. So they are P8. P7 belongs to number 69 Flash Racing Latvia Lamborghini Huracan, and this car is currently driven by Arturs Patraks, who perhaps caused the most spectacular drama today when he crashed in turn 1. Actually, he made a spin and then hit the wall, and Patraks was really fortunate because he hit the wall under the right direction, and fortunately in the place where there was a tire stack in front of the wall. So surprisingly, he was able, after being towed onto the tarmac, he was able to drive to the pits under his own power. The car was repaired and is continuing racing, although they are now 23 laps down compared to the leaders. They are still running, and the important thing is to be classified at the end of the race. Now number 85 BMW has completed its pit stop. Lasse Hurt is driving the car now. Over to P6 car number 911 Snooker Racing Team Volkswagen Golf TCA car, driven by Sten Piirimägi currently. Piirimägi started the car and made a very good start, then hold third place behind two Lamborghinis. Managed to overtake number 21 Audi with Walter Svedris, but this car was involved in collision with Jojam, and there were, I don't know what exactly the problems were, perhaps with suspension at left rear corner. The car was repaired, and now Piirimägi is lapping at a reasonable pace, but they are only P6. Meanwhile, number 4 Porsche is in the pits. They are P5. There hasn't been lane sailing for this car as well, while number 69 Lamborghini is also in the pits. And now Vilnis Patraks is taking over. So younger Patraks is stepping out, older Patraks stepping in. But talking about number 4 car, Porsche Cayman, Porsche Baltic, they were hit with a fine for reversing in the refueling area and hitting another car. So what on earth? Yes, it started. No, it didn't. Yes, it did. Anyway, Vilnis Patraks now exits the pits, back onto the track. And yes, number 4 Porsche was hit with a fine, €100 for reversing in the refueling area and hitting another car. But there was a complaint from one of its drivers that car is doing things by itself, changing gears and switching on and off traction control. So there are some problems for them as well. Fourth place now belongs to number 3. Team to drive Volkswagen Sirocco with Tauras Tonila at the wheel, and it means that number 720 Lamborghini has managed to overtake them. Number 3 car has had almost no problems, I would say. Their only problem seemingly was that third driver Tauras Kudinavicius was rather slow on the track, so they were P2 at one moment. Now they are back in P4. Tauras Tonila is perhaps their fastest driver, doing second stint.
Tas gatavs intervijām, vēl viens ir gatavs intervijā. Tu esi bijis smaidīgāks nekā tu biji pēc iepriekšējā izbrauciena.
So, over to Oskars.
Avārija tomēr arī atstāja savu, zin kā uzreiz lekt iekšā un braukt pilnu gāzi pēc tādas avārijas. Jāatrod bišķi arī ticību sev mašīnai, zin kā. Nav jau tā, ka tā mašīna te taisa stūri šķība, riteņu šķība, bet kaut kā uz priekšu jau tiekam.
Klausies, tev katra apli jābrauc garām tam ozolu līkumam. Kāds tas sajūts iekšā?
Sajūtas nebija patīkamās. Visu laiku braucu un sakos tiem zobiem gatavojos jau izspiest sajūgu vai bremzēt vai vēl kaut ko. Jo, saku, pārsteigums bija negaidīts tāds.
Jā, bieži tā negadās, bet vislabāk, kas labi beidz. Komanda ir pastrādājusi fantastiski mašīnu, lai arī tojās uz māju gaiverens, būtu samurizējumi kopā, bet uz priekšu iet tas ir galvenais.
Nē, es saku liels paldies komandai mehāniķiem, bez viņiem nebūtu šis. Komanda pat labākie mehāniķi.
Flash Racing jau ir pierādījusi sevi kā vienu no cīnītājiem līdz galam. Te jau galvenais uzdevums šodien, protams, arī ritīgi līdz galam braukt. Vēl 2 stundas, vairāk kā 2 stundas ir palikuši. Nekad neko nevar paredzēt šais gonkās.
Nē, es arī tā tikko braucu un domāju, jau nezinu, kurā brīdī kāda avārija vai kādam tehniskas problēmas pēc finiša ir tikai finiša karoks, un tu nevari braukt pa puses trasi ar atlaistu gāzi cerībā, lai es neko nevinēšu, bet jācīnās līdz beigām ir.
Ko tavs tēvs tagad ir sēdies pie vadības grožiem, arī viņam vakar testos, cik saprot, arī kaut kādi piedzīvojumi bijuši šodien ir aizmirsts vakardien un pilnīgi jaunu bildi ielicis.
Nē, paldies Dievam, viņam no rīta sanāca izbraukt Vornapu jau un tik tam visam pāri, un avārija arī bija traka.
Jā, mēs redzējām bildes, bet jebkurā gadījumā tavs tēvs nobrauks, un tad pēdējais līdz finišam brauks Tomas Padovani, kurš šodien parādīja ļoti labu sniegumu trasē un labs laiks.
Jā, tālāk brauks atkal Tomas un finišēs viņš tad.
Ko super, lai jums veicās, mēs vēl tiekamies, viennozīmīgi, Artur.
Labi, paldies, tiekās.
Super, dodam virsū. Ko dzirdējām Flash Racing komentāri, jau daudz pozitīvāks noskaņojums viņu nometnē, un tām ir iemesls. Šobrīd, vismaz pagaidām viss iet pēc plāna. Mašīna, nav pārāk cietusi kosmētiski, tikai rakstura problēmas tur varbūt ir, bet galvenais ir cīnīties līdz galam, braukt līdz finiša līnijai un sekosim līdz notikumiem un rezultātiem trasē.
And that is number 69 Lamborghini Huracan ST. And according to the timing screen, Tomas Padovani is driving it, not Vilnis Patraks. Anyway, I have to trust the timing screen. Anyway, they are in P7 with little hope to gain any places because they are currently 15 laps down compared to 6th place car number 911. Under their own power, I would say it's impossible to gain, but with all those dramas in mind, once again, everything can happen in this race. It's the very nature of endurance racing that anything can happen. But what is happening in front is that Audrius Butkiavicius in another Lamborghini is setting good times. 1:24 was his last time. And while those 2 cars in front of him are much slower, Peterbeek's last time was 1:29.9. Walter Zvedris in the lead car 1:27.9. So Bukevicius was almost 4 seconds and 6 seconds faster than those. But still, it seems that the lead car is at least out of reach for number 720 Lamborghini, with exactly 2 hours to go. So 4-hour mark is behind us, still 2 hours to go. And lead car has completed 153 laps, having a 2-lap gap to the second place car, number 34 ALM customer Racing Honda, which in turn has 1 lap at handover third place, number 720 Xiaoliai A-Design Lamborghini. And fourth place car, number 3, Dream to Drive Volkswagen, has had a pit stop. Kasparas Vaskelis now drives this car. They are firmly in P4. No one in front, no one at the back. They need just to keep going. And this is Bukevicius, once again 124th. Maybe he's not the fastest driver in Lambos, but looking at how steady his pace is, all time 124th, if there is not. And lead car is in the pits. Walter Zvedris has completed his second stint. And it must be Konstantin Salko, I guess. We will see in the near future who is going to take over the car. Because there is some point to put Ivar Svollers into the car, just make a quite short stint and give Salko that final 1 hour and 10 minutes of running, but we will know. Anyway, the car is back on the track. They didn't lose their lead, and it also means that number 34 Honda should also enter the pits quite soon. Yes, tires must bring the tires onto the working temperature. Ivar Svollers made a very silly mistake last time out, spinning the car into turn 2 and losing at least a minute or even 1.5. And I suspect this is also Svollers. Passed by number 720 Lamborghini. Of course, Lambo is still several laps down, no problem from it. Timing screen still don't know who is sitting in the car. Perhaps now we will know. No, I think the timing screen is stalled. Yes, it is.
Artur pie rokas gluži, nē, bet te LV Racing teltī Valters Ziedes kopā ar mums. Super. Klausies, draudziņ, darbs padarīts. Tava darbdiena ir beigusies, principā.
Jā, bet, protams, jāsako līdz komandai un garā gonkā viss var notikt. Tā kā cerams, ka viss būs kārtībā. Esmu ļoti apmierināts ar šo braucienu pēdējo stintu. Un tiešām apilaika bija tur, kur es viņus gribēju. Pējas bija tur. Arī visas apdzīšanas noritēja ļoti veiksmīgi. Tā kā esmu ļoti priecīgs un jā, varu ievilkt elpu mazliet. Bet tāpatās tieši, kā es teicu, jāsako līdz komandai un cerams, ka viss būs kārtībā.
Jums atbildīgs brīdis. LV Racing komanda šobrīd ir absolūtajā vērtējumā vadībā. Mums, protams, sirdi silda pamatīgi.
Jā, tiešām ļoti forši, ka mēs esam pašā augšā. Diemžēl dažas mašīnas dabūja dažādas kļūmes un avārijas. Tas nav baigi forši, bet cīņa notiek. Tā kā es domāju, būs interesanti līdz pašām beigām.
Noteikti jāsaka, vēl 2 stundas priekšā. Nav nekāda pastaiga parkā, tomēr nedrīkst zaudēt fokus un koncentrēšanās.
Tieši tā, vienkārši jābūt stabiliem apilaikiem un es domāju, viss būs kārtībā. Ātrums mums ir, braucēji mums ir labi, tā kā visam jābūt labi, tikai jāgāž.
Un komanda pati labākā.
Jā, tiešām visi pitstop noritējuši ļoti ātri, paldies gan, kas maina riepas, kas lai degvielu, arī cilvēkiem, kas runā austiņās, un jūs pat neredzat, kad viņai stūris arī kaut ko dara. Tā kā paldies viņiem visiem, un, protams, arī atbalstītājiem un ģimenei.
Super! LV Racing satais troksni! Labais! Dodam virsū!
That was Walter Zwiedris, who just completed his second and final stint for today. And yes, my timing screen is frozen. Timing screen on the TV screen is not frozen. You can see that LV Racing is 1 lap in front of second-placed ALM Honda, with Chevrolet other size Lamborghini in third, but the main thing, the most important thing is that second and third place car are now separated only by 42 seconds. And of course, Lamborghini being 4 or 5 seconds per lap faster than Honda means the gap will soon evaporate and perhaps places will be changed, but of course Peter Beck in this number 34 Honda, he must do his pit stop quite soon, and Sven Karlsson perhaps will take over from him. So we will see how the balance of power will change with that. Still, I tend to think that Lamborghini will take second place in the end, although their pit stop strategy went a little bit out of the window with that repair pause, which was quite long, and I have no idea how long the drivers must be at the wheel, have been at the wheel. Yes, unfortunately my timing screen has frozen. I have no idea how many laps the leader has completed. But at least I see the gaps, and gaps are mainly counted in laps. But for sure, number 720 Lamborghini is catching number 34 Honda. The gap between them was 30 seconds 1 lap ago. Gavicius is driving this car quite cautiously because Lamborghini is very fast down the straights and he's using this top speed. Now the gap has gone down to 23 seconds, so Gavicius was full 7 seconds faster. And Peter Beck is seemingly struggling with his Honda's tires towards the end of his stint. They are very much worn. lap times are dropping, of course. And this car number 720 Lamborghini is closing in all the time. But yes, the interesting question is how it will be with pit stops. How long can Butkevičius stay in the car? There is still 1 hour and 50 minutes to go, and the maximum stint time can be 1 hour and 10 minutes. So the big question is if he can stay in the car for 40 more minutes, and I suspect it is not possible. So here we go. Yes, Butkevičius last time was 5.5 seconds faster than Beck in P2, so the gap is closing all the time. And the lead car, number 21 Audi, which you could see on the background, has covered 160 laps. And looking what lap times Konstantin Salko is doing, he's basically lapping at the same pace as Lamborghini without Butkevičius, 125 something. Okay, this time around Butkevičius was a little bit faster, 124.6, Salko 126.0. But in the big scheme of things, Salko has no need to push himself. Just keep going at a reasonable pace. The lead is huge. 2 laps over the second place car, which is currently a little bit slower, and most importantly, almost 3 laps over third place car, over this car, which can be much faster. But now it's down to the pit strategy. If Lamborghini has to do 1 or 2 stops, and I suspect they can't drive to the finish with only 1 stop because of the repair brake they had. And number 34 Honda has entered the pits. Number 34 Honda has entered the pits, and it means that this car, number 720 Lamborghini, is back in P2. And compared to the leader, they are a little bit faster. But really little bit. And almost 3 laps down. Timing shows the gap is 2 laps, but you can see if on some occasions the number 21 car flashes on the background, so the real gap is almost 3 laps. Gavicius had a little bit difficulties exiting the final turn, and it shows on his back lap time on 25.8 this time. But Zalko is entering the pits. For what is that? We have 1:44 to go. And out he goes. This certainly was not a regular stop. Was it something with the wheels? Did I saw correctly that mechanics tightened the wheel nuts? Anyway, leaders have lost a chunk of time. It was their first real problem. And number 34 here, we have been refueling and now driver change and wheel change. 1 hour 43 minutes to go. Number 34 has lost their second place. Now they are third. Are they going to lose third place? Perhaps not. There's also a driver change. And Sven Karuse is in the car. Talking about number 69, Lamborghini Vilnius Patrax is really driving it. There was a glitch in the timing screen which messed it up, and I told you wrong driver. At least now it seems to work. What are the gaps? How much time did the lead car lose when entering the pits, visiting the pits? And what was the problem? There is a little bit more than 1 lap. 1.5 laps, and looking at the lap times, yes, Zalko lost approximately 40 seconds. It is about half a lap. But this is 5th place car, number 4 Porsche, driven by Roberto Skupčikas. What are their prospects? Not very good, because number 3 Volkswagen is 3 laps in front of them, and looking back, number 911 Volkswagen Golf is 2 laps behind, so very difficult to gain places, but almost safe from the other side. Also, the 911 is a little bit faster. Car has just been in the pits, so the gap is still widening. Yeah, not been in the pits, but it is currently in the pits. Sten Piirimägi has climbed out of the car. With 1 hour and 40 minutes still to go. Everything done, and out they go. And Nokia Racing Volkswagen has also nothing to worry, in the sense that the next car, number 69, Flash Racing Lamborghini in P7, is 13 laps behind them. So under their own power, it's impossible to take back those 13 laps. Only if 911 is not involved in some incidents. Hopefully drivers will be a little bit more cautious towards the end, because it's impossible to compensate anything if you miss. If you make it wrong, then yeah, towards the end you can't fight back anymore. But this car, number 21, has no need to fight back. They are approximately 1.5 laps leading over the second place car, number 720, Chevrolet Designs Lamborghini. What now? Zalko is entering pits once again. Yes, and seems he's... No, he's not refueling. So there should be some kind of problem with the leading car. He was visiting the pits just a few laps ago. Now he's in once again. And this is certainly not a good sign. Pit stop, you see how long the pit entry here is. Aha, this is 10-second stop and go, entering the pit lane incorrectly. So one trouble brings you another trouble, was the case. This one was certainly not needed, because this pit stop and this stop and go made them vulnerable. From number 720 Lamborghini. It remains to be seen how the situation pans out with Lamborghini pit stops. Can they make it to the end with only one stop, or should they do two? And number 20 Peugeot is also out on the track after very lengthy repair. They have lost all chances to take any good place, but the main thing, the car is running, and the same can be said about number 55 Audi, which has seen so many problems that it should be enough for a full season for some other team. So leading car lost another 35 seconds. This 10-second stop and go penalty. But they are still one full lap in front of number 720 Lamborghini. And that is going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. Because the next driver in... Of course, I don't know which driver will drive this number 21 Audi during the final stint. Should they put Walter Zviedris in. Because Lamborghini will next driven by the faster driver of two, Paulius Paskiavicius, of course. And number 20 is back in the pits again and is rolled under the tent, which almost certainly means the problem is not rectified, whatever it is. But now Konstantin Stalko in the leading car is back at speed, and actually he was even a little bit faster over one lap than the second place car. And the Lamborghini number 720 is refueling, so they are in the pits and they are going to lose some time because Lamborghini has a large tank and manual pump requires quite a time to fill this tank. And while we have how much time towards the finish, there is 1 hour 32 minutes, and it means that Lamborghini needs one more stop during last 25 minutes. So they will perhaps lose out, almost certainly will lose out to number 34 Honda and maybe even to number 3 Volkswagen Scirocco. Because the stint duration is limited to 1 hour and 10 minutes, as we have 1 hour and 34 minutes still left. 1 hour 31, okay. So if Paulus Paskiavicius now sits into the car and drives all the 70 minutes he can, there is still about 20 minutes left. So it means they must make another driver change and perhaps have a little refueling stop. Not full tank, of course, because it will not be a full stint. But yes, they are out of sync with their pit stops. And now it seems to be a big trouble for them. Because actually, the big trouble was the brake problems, which required lengthy repairs. Paulius Paskiavicius is in the car and back on the track with 1:30 and a half, so basically 20 minutes, even less than 20 minutes will be the stint duration, the last stint duration for this car. And now it's very much down to Paulius Paskiavicius. Actually, they could stay in front of number 34 car, as it seems. So it will be interesting. It will be really interesting. But it also means that number 21 LV Racing can be almost safe, can feel safe. If they make no mistakes, they can just keep going and take the victory. Very unlikely victory, because that Audi is certainly not the fastest car on the track. By far, those two Lamborghinis are much faster, but one Lamborghini hit the trouble with their brakes and stood in the pits for a long time. Another Lamborghini hit the wall and also was repaired for a long time. So, and that it happens. So Audi was, number 21 Audi was the fastest of the rest. And as it stands, the fastest of the rest means fastest of everybody. Number 55 Audi back in the pits. It seems to be a regular pit stop. Also, the race has been very irregular. Something maybe 20th or so pit stop already. They have many problems. Car stopped on the track several times. Now it likes it's running more or less steadily. So at least after the race they can have an impression that everything is good, that ends well. Here we once again. Number 911 with Kęstutis Stasionis at the wheel is currently 6th, and the car directly behind it, number 69 Lamborghini with Vilnis Patraks, is 7th, but of course there is no danger for 911 from behind, because Lamborghini has lost so many laps that they are now 13 laps down. But this is 4th place car, number 3, Dream to Drive Volkswagen Sirocco. And they are basically in close fight about P3 with number 34 ALM Customer Racing Honda Civic. There is one lap gap between those two, but with one more stint, with one more pit stop to do, it will be interesting to see which drivers will sit in the car. I think Ranna Bunsen, who excelled during his first stint, will be in the Honda, but the big question mark is who is going to drive the Volkswagen. And while number 720 Lamborghini is only one lap in front of third place car and needs to do one more pit stop, that final one will be shorter for sure. So the question about who will be second, third and fourth is still open. But meanwhile, number 21 Audi in the leading place is almost out of danger, if only they keep themselves out of trouble. Paulius Pascavicius in this Lamborghini 720 just set the lap time 1:22.3. Maybe he lost some seconds during this lap. Those need to overtake at least two cars. But whatever he does, it's difficult. It's difficult to see how they can take the victory from here. They were clearly leading during the first and even second hour, but then the disaster struck in the form of brake failure. There's no crash, no going out, so Pascavicius is now pushing really hard. 1:20.3 was his most recent lap, while the best lap time is 1:20.1. And you saw that Pascavicius had to overtake two cars. So he's really pushing hard. Basically the pace is more like a qualification. And of course he has a reason to fight. Second position overall is in the question. And Pascavicius certainly has the speed. The question is that is it enough? Because they must do at least, not at least, but they must do one more additional pit stop. But as it stands, it seems it may be enough what they have done until now. Because their direct competitors, actually cars in position 3 and 4, number 34 Honda and number 3 Volkswagen, must also visit the pits once more. But how Lamborghini could catch the leaders, it will be very difficult. But we will see. 1 hour and 20 minutes still to go. We can be sure that Konstantin Stalko in the leading car will stay at the wheel as long as possible before Ivar Villers takes over, because Villers is certainly the slowest driver in the leading car. Of course, there is a possibility that they will put Walter Sviedris for his third stint, but it can't happen in next 10 minutes. The stint duration is limited to 1 hour and 10 minutes, after which the driver must rest at least 60 minutes. But the question of third, who is going to take the third place? If we compare the lap times of number 34 Honda and number 3 Volkswagen, then we will see that Sven Karusein Honda is much faster than Kasparas Vaškelis in Volkswagen by almost 3 seconds per lap. So if their gap was something like nearly 1 minute, and we will see when the driver change will happen. Anyway, not earlier than after 10 minutes. And this is Vilnis Patrak still in number 69 Dash Racing Lamborghini. Which was crashed by Artūrs Batraks in the early stages of the race. And the team was really lucky they can continue. Of course, those Lamborghinis, they are built in the Lamborghini plant especially for racing purposes. So they are very strong cars, and as we see how Artūrs Batraks was able to drive away from his crash site after being towed out of the gravel, you can assure that those cars are really strong. But lap times Vilnis Patraks is showing. So Paulius Paskiavicius 1:19.883. That is really literally their qualification pace, and Paskiavicius knows what it is all about. He was almost 7 seconds faster than Konstantin Stalko in the leading Audi, and Stalko certainly is limited by his tires. He is already quite long into his stint. And here you can see top two are in the same picture. Of course, they are still two laps apart. So Paskiavicius must overtake Stalko 2 times, not 1, if he wants to win. But of course, Paskiavicius can't drive towards the checkered flag. The final 20 minutes. They will have another pit stop, and Audrius Paskiavicius will take over the car. And Paskiavicius has been slower. So the big question is, who is going to drive the number 21 Audi during the final stint? And here we go. Paulius Paskiavicius takes back 1 lap from Konstantin Stalko. So the gap is a little bit less than 2 laps now. But of course, Paskiavicius, as he said, the fastest lap time under 1:20. This lap was much slower. And the previous lap also was much slower. Of course, there is again white flag. Is it for number 55 Audi? Yes, it is. They are crawling once again towards the pit entry. Really no luck for them. And this is third place car. Number 34 Honda. So they have also very clear target now to hold on. They are not able to fight with number 720 Lamborghini, which is going to lap them for second time. But they must hold their third place. And currently Sven Garuse is doing what is needed. Robertas Kupčikas in number 4 Porsche overtook him, but it doesn't matter because Kupčikas is several laps, 3 laps down and 2 positions behind. 1 hour and 13 minutes. So Porsche is has almost the same speed as Lamborghini. No, it's quite the opposite. Lamborghini is flying away, of course. But Paskevicius lost valuable seconds once again while overtaking slower cars. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight at the finish. One hour and 12 minutes to go. So after 2.5 minutes we can at least theoretically see the final pit stops. And especially the question is about number 21 Audi, who is going to drive the car during the final stint. Sven Garuse in this Honda, he has dropped the pace. Of course, he had to let by 2 cars and it influenced his pace. Now he made very good lap 128.0. On the fastest he has set. So no lack of pace, and the main thing, he was 6.5 seconds faster than Kasparas Varskelis in number 3 Volkswagen, who they are fighting directly. So now it seems that number 34 has the upper hand in the fight for third place overall. But how does it pan out for the victory? Konstantin Salko, last lap time 1:26.7. It's rather poor. And Paskevicius in Lamborghini was almost 6 seconds faster. But of course, Paskevicius can't drive to the checkered flag. Now 1 hour and 10 minutes exactly to go. So starting from now, the cars can take into the pits, change the driver and drive until the checkered flag without stopping anymore. Of course, number 720 car Lamborghini can't do it because Audrius Paskevicius have been at the wheel something like 20 minutes only, and the other driver they have, Audrius Butkiewicz, must rest at least 60 minutes, starting from the moment he finished his previous stint. So perhaps Paskevicius will drive until there is some 22-23 minutes to go, and then we'll hand over the car to Butkiewicz. It will be enough perhaps for second place, but I think they have set their sights for the victory. It will be very difficult to achieve, but it's not impossible yet. While number 4 car Robertas Kupčikas in Porsche Cayman enters the pits, it will be their final pit stop. Meanwhile, Konstantin Stalko and Sven Karuse, Stalko in P1, Karuse in P3, continue. Their lap times are not great, but they must drive to the end as long as possible, because the longer the stint, the shorter the final stint, and the shorter the refueling. And Paskevicius is still pressing on. He's 2 laps, not exactly, a little bit less than 2 laps. Let's say 1.5 laps behind Zalko, but he still has theoretical chances. Actually, his team has, because another driver, Audrius Butkiewicz, will drive for the last 20 minutes or so, and their Dash Racing Lamborghini is also in for their final pit stop. They are P7 and perhaps will remain where they are. It's difficult to see how they can overcome the 14 laps deficit to P6 car number 911, and here number 4 Porsche in the pits. Driver change. Paskevicius once again almost 7 seconds per lap faster than Zalko. And out they go. Final pit stop for number 4 Porsche is done. And number 3 Volkswagen, Dream to Drive Volkswagen, is also in the pits. And the question about who is going to drive that car is also in the air. Ramonas Seduikis is in the number 4 Porsche. But yes, it's difficult to fight for anything for them. Gaps are quite large, both in front and behind them. So Thomas Padovani will drive the final stint for number 69 Flash Racing Lamborghini. And out he goes. 1 hour and 5 minutes remaining to the checkered flag. And Dream to Drive has put Dauras Tunila, their fastest driver, into the car for the final stint. It's a right move, of course. There is still chance for him to catch number 34 Honda. And ALM customer team with that Honda will put Anna Bunsen seemingly into the car. Of course, we will see how it pans out. And first place battle, Paskievicius last time was 6 seconds faster than Zalko. And here he must overtake 2 cars in one go. So certainly some time will be lost there. And that's overtaking maneuvers are done for now. Yes, Paskievicius is pressing on. This time, of course, is not great. 1:23.2. Luckily for him, there are only how many cars? I think 7 more cars out on the track, because number 55 Audi and number 20 Peugeot are both standing in the pits. Makes life for Paskievicius a little bit easier, but not easy. He must drive full power, and more than that, his co-driver August Paskievicius will drive final 20 minutes or so. And what we have seen is the fact that Paskievicius is slower than Paskievicius. It's been very steady, but losing some time. Now Paskievicius completes his 190th lap, 1:21.4, so they are 1 full lap behind the leaders. And it means that even if Paskievicius now catches Zalko, or whoever will sit in number 21 car, he still must win back one more time, and both cars will have one more pit stop. Of course, Lamborghini will stop later, and it means they need to refuel less fuel. And here on the screen are the standings. And number 720, team manager, has called to race control. And how did it happen that number 3 car has lost 5 laps to third place, number 34? When did it happen? Anyway, it has happened, so number 34, if everything is right, we saw on that. And what is this? Is it that 34 is going to overtake 21? Or they are at least having the same speed, and yes, driving side by side. So it seems that tires are very much finished, especially on the Audi. And yes, Zalko is entering the pit, so crucial final pit stop for the leaders. Konstantin Zalko enters the pits with 59 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Almost exactly 1 hour, while Sven Karuse is still continuing. Refueling is on. And of course, we don't know who is going to take over the car. Team, of course, knows. We'll follow. Paskevicius, meanwhile, has set the lap time of 1:20.6, which is still very good time. Zalko is driving to the pit area. And it seems that Ivars Wallers will take over the car. He is the slowest driver, but as it stands, it should be, if he will not make any more mistakes, it will be enough, even if he drives a little bit slower. Because second place car Lamborghini have to do one more pit stop. And out goes the Audi. Yes, Ivars Wallers is in the car. And last time out he lost the car here, entering turn 2. This time he's even more cautious. No dramas here. Under acceleration everything is okay. Front tires will warm up quickly on those cars, but the question is about rear tires. They are quite useless, doing no turning, doing no traction, and because of that it's difficult to warm them up. And now the first two cars are on the same lap, separated by 48 seconds. And looking at the times, Paskevicius is doing 1:20s, high 20s, and Wallers is going to lose some time during his outlap because the tires are not up to the working temperature. And his lap times were also 1:28 rather than faster. Then it will be very critical. So yes, Paulius Paskevicius has taken the lead because he is on the track. He is in front of Wallers. But of course Lamborghini must do one more pit stop and it may change everything. Now it's down to Wallers to bring the car home. What is the position? We'll see, but this is Paulius Paskevicius. He has done what he was asked to do. There is third place car number 34 Honda in front of him, and Sven Karuse lets Lambo by. There's another Lambo looming in his mirrors, because Thomas Padovani is many laps down. So let's see if Honda is entering the pits. Not yet, not yet. So the final stint for Ranno Bunsen, who will perhaps take over the car number 34, will be rather short. Of course it means shorter refueling time as well. But the main question remains, how big a gap this man, Paulius Paskevicius, can build up before he hands over his teammate Audrius Butkiavicius during the final pit stop, and how Butkiavicius can drive during the last 20, 23, 24 minutes. And what will be Waller's lap times? 1:31.9 during the first flying lap. Too slow. He must be in 1:28 or in that region. Now he is losing 10 seconds to Paskavicius per one single lap. And 10 seconds per lap means that Paskavicius will lap him in about 9 laps. And if that happens, then LV Racing will for sure lose this victory. But it's just speculation as it stands. Paskavicius is putting one fast lap in after another. 1:22 was the last one, it was not that fast. Wallers made 1:29.5. Still needs to go faster. 1:28 perhaps will do the job. It's very easy to tell, much tougher to execute. And he's put in very pressurized environment now. Gentleman driver, and everything is down to him if it will be first or second place. And he's very careful, letting quite, I don't know, about half meter or meter of track width unused. Yes, I understand, of course, his approach, only not to make mistakes. That's the main thing. Bring the car home cleanly. But on the other hand, of course, if he drives too cleanly, he will lose too much time. What the lap time is this time? 1:30.4. Needs to be faster. I imagine how his teammates are biting their nails in the pits, but nothing to do. It is as it is. Number 7 20 team manager was called to the race control, but we still have no information why. What is the reason? Because it must be some kind of problem. Some breach of regulation or something like that. Number 34, ALM customer Honda has entered the pits for the final time. It's 50 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. So it will be their last pit stop. And Ranno Bunsen perhaps will take over the car. Bunsen made very good first stint. Yes, it is Bunsen because Peterbeck is standing at the tent. It's ready. And out he goes. Let's see what will be the gap. in front of number 3 Volkswagen. It's more than 3 laps, so no real pressure there. I really wonder how it grew so much. Anyway, I must trust the timing system, and it tells that number 34 car has left the track 194 times, while car number 3 has done it only 191 times. And doing a little operational subtraction, it tells us that number 34 is 3 laps in front of number 3, so no real pressure for them. Hanno Bunsen must bring the car safely home. 49 minutes to go. And third place will be there. So now what we have to wait is for the final pit stop of the leaders. Number 720, Paulius Paskiavicius. He is still driving the car, and he will continue to do it for about 25 more minutes. And the question is, can he catch Ivar Spallers once more and overtake him? Because now Paskiavicius has quite a healthy gap to Wallers, and I tend to believe that Paskiavicius will catch Wallers even before his pit stop, because the difference in lap times is more than 7 seconds. Paskiavicius is 7 seconds faster than Wallers, and now we will see the gap. 70 seconds, 1 minute and 10 seconds. So basically on the track, Paskiavicius is only 11 or 12 seconds behind Wallers, and no doubt he will catch the Latvian. And if really number 720 is able to win this race, it will be almost unbelievable after a brake woes when Audrius Paskiavicius had to enter the pits for emergency repairs, which seemed to last forever. They lost, I don't know how many laps, 7 or 8, but now they are leading once again. Of course, they have to do one more pit stop. Now Wallers is doing 1:28. But it still means that Paskiavicius in the leading car is 7 seconds faster than him. And if the gap was 1 minute and 10 seconds 1 lap ago, it will be in the region now 1:16, 1:17. Meanwhile, number 55, Tarzania Racing Audi is back in the pits once again. Maybe final time, seems to be a regular pit stop. Yes, minute and 17 is the gap between first two, and it almost inevitably means that Paulius Paskiavicius will lap Ivar Wallers this time during the next lap. They must be very close on the track already. To see where they are. First sector is perhaps already over for them. As the screen graphics shows on the timing screen, now they must be together. a crucial moment, but we see number 55 car perhaps exiting for the final time. It should be the final pit stop with 44 minutes to go. But now I would like to see the leading car of number 720. Is he in front of? No, he's not yet, but they are together. Number 21 is in front and number 720 right behind him. So Paskevicius has managed to catch Wallers, while Wallers has done quite a good lap, 1:28.1 by his standards. But now Paskevicius has lapped Wallers, and it means that number 720 Lamborghini is one full lap in front of second place car number 21 Audi. Also, the lead car must do one more pit stop. It will be shorter, and Paskevicius has some almost 20 more minutes to grow the gap. And if he is able to continue the pace he has, some 6 or 7 seconds faster than Wallers, then Lambo will not perhaps lose their lead at all, even during the pit stop. And then it will be all down to Audrius Paskevicius during the last very short. 1:37 was his most recent lap time. Was it for some mistake? Or what is the reason? This time around he was 1:38. What is this? Losing 10 seconds to fourth place car. Okay, there are 3 laps in front, so with 42 minutes, 41.5 minutes to go, perhaps they can keep their position. Didn't they change the tires? Because this so low pace is difficult to understand, difficult to explain. Wallers is in 1:28 once again. But looking on the other side, Audrius Paskevicius was more than 6 seconds per lap faster than him. So the gap between the first two is growing all the time. And the victory is slipping through the fingers of LV Racing Team. It's almost impossible to fight back from now. Paskevicius still 1:22.7. His tires are probably gone already. He's not able to do 120s or 190s anymore. 19s. And Ranno Bunsen is entering the pits. There was something wrong with the car. Those lap times of 1:38 and 1:37 had certain reasons. Are they going to lose their P3 during the last 40 minutes? They still have 2 laps at hand over fourth place number 3 Volkswagen. And Wallers enters the pits as well. And they are opening the engine bay, so there is some big problem. Is it for cooling? So number 21 car, which has run as a clockwork from the very beginning has hit the trouble with only 39 minutes to go. What a drama, what a drama. Two teams from top three has hit trouble almost simultaneously during the last hour of the race. And it may be that the problem is terminal here. Should they simply, I think it's not enough to add some cooling agent. There is something more serious going on. So number 3 car of Dream to Drive is suddenly in contention for at least 3rd place, maybe even 2nd. Also they are 6 laps down compared to LB Racing Audi. But if the Audi can't be revived, or if the problem is serious, everything can happen. So what a turn of the script towards the end of the race. We have had lots of turns like this today, all of them unexpected. But looking at the timing screen, it seems that the fastest car over the whole weekend, number 720 Lamborghini, can win this race even after that brake failure they had and after that long pit stop. Anyway, number 21 Audi and number 34 Honda both are standing in the pits. Number 3 Volkswagen is now on the same lap with number 34 Honda. And it means that when Tauras Tunila will cross the timing line next time, he will be in front of Rannabunsen. This is leading car. They have no problems at all, except they must make one more pit stop. And then Audrius Butkiewicz will take over, but it will happen in some 13-14 minutes perhaps. So number 34 car is out. Number 34 Honda is out, but their lead over number 3 Volkswagen is gone. It's only a few seconds. Okay, not a few, but maybe some 20 or so. But they had very recently 3 laps at hand. And it also means that if now, no. So number 3 car of Tauras Tunila at wheel, Dream to Drive Volkswagen, has taken 3rd place from number 34 Honda. And as we see, the number 21 Audi is boiling in the pits. They still have 4 laps in hand over number 3 Volkswagen. So what a drama, and we still have 35 minutes. So it's not over yet, it's not over yet. Number 720 Lamborghini has all cards in their hands now, but they must play them correctly. They still have one more pit stop to do, one refueling, one driver change, and then Audrius Butkiewicz must drive the car to the finish. But it didn't look good here. Water was added, cooling system. And this is number 3 Volkswagen. They are now still 3 laps down compared to number 21 Audi. But their plus is that they are moving on the track, they are running on the track, while number 21 Audi has been standing in the pits for several minutes now. And let's see what Rana Bunsen can do, who is number 34 Honda. Yeah, it was very cruel ending to the dreams. Number 34 was on the course to P3 or maybe even P2. So Ivars Vallers is back on track. But in what state is the car? That's the question. He has door open, so now he managed to close the door. I would think it's the smallest of his problems now. Because according to the regulations, your door must be closed during the race. And this is Tauras Tunila in number 3 Volkswagen. He's now only 2 laps behind number 21 Audi, which is directly in front of him and moving very slowly. Anna Bunsen set 1:30.0 recently, so it seems he has found the speed. What a finish, it will be 32 minutes still to go, and leaders must do one more pit stop, with all others have their regular pit stops at least behind them. And then now you saw the sun is shining, and it's very low sun, and it's shining from the very uncomfortable direction before the hospital turn. So Vallers is losing another lap to Tunila. And does it mean that the chances of number 21 Audi is over? Yes, I think this is terminal. Ivars Vallers is entering the pits. Tauras Tunila goes to another lap. There is still 1 lap gap only, but the difference, the crucial difference is that Tunila is going on to another lap, while Vallers here enters the pits once again. What a bad blow. What a cruel ending to their day. Everything went smoothly, and then bang, 40 minutes before the finish. Whatever the reason was, the car is not working correctly anymore. Anyway, they will be classified, there is no question about it. But the question is, of course, in which position. And here, number 3 Volkswagen completes its 205th lap. And now they are just 1 lap behind number 21 Audi. Just 1 minute and 20 seconds, and they will be in P2. Because this car, even if it starts to move again, is not healthy. It is difficult to see how they can restore its full speed. What a cool blow. But again, we have seen today many times, that this is the essence of endurance racing. Almost certainly you will hit problems, and the question is how you can overcome them, and of course the question of luck. This is Ranno Bunsen. He is now also only one lap down compared to number 21 Audi. Lap time was 1:31, not the fastest in the world, but fast enough. If he can continue with this pace, number 34 Honda will be third, and this car, number 3, will be second. Actually, they are already second. If they will complete this lap, was number 3 Volkswagen is now on the same lap with number 21 Audi. Anna Bunsen in number 34 Honda is an experienced rally driver, and of course you have a lot of stress doing rallies, but that is very different kind of stress. Here, doing the final stint, having some technical problems, you have to drive without mistakes, bring the car home, and it depends all on you. If you are third and on the podium overall, or you are fourth and nobody basically. And Bunsen is taking it very easily, not pushing. And that is a change. Number 3 Volkswagen is now officially in P2, having overtaken number 21 Audi, which is still standing in the pits. And number 34 Honda in 1 minute, if Ranno Bunsen manages to bring it over the line next time, will be third in front of number 21 Audi as well. And here is the leading car in the pits for the final time. Now they have 8 laps at hand over the next car, number 3 Volkswagen, so they can take it very easy. Driver change. While mechanics still work on number 21, while number 720 goes out of the pits for the final time, hopefully. Autos Butkiavicius is at the wheel. 25 minutes to go. So Butkiavicius has no need to push absolutely. Just make his regular laps. Even 124 is not needed. What was his standard during previous stints? Even 130 is enough. But the main thing is not to lose concentration. And now number 34 Honda is officially in P3. Number 21 Audi is still being worked on. The problem is seemingly not the oil, but for it, whatever the reason, something with cooling for sure. Water was added, and There is more water added. It's not the solution, because when the car overheats, the same problem appears once again. Are they trying to tie down the engine? So engine mount has broken maybe, because they had some belts and tried to tie down the engine. Yeah, whatever can happen really. But broken engine mount, it may be. And this is third place car of ALM Customer Racing. Ranno Bunsen is driving it, and now Bunsen is one on the track, no cars in front of him, and he's putting in 1:28, quite good pace. Fourth place car, number 4 Porsche, is more than one lap behind him and lapping much slower. So basically there is no need for Bunsen to push. Of course, just the need to keep concentration. But this is fight for the place, and number 911 Volkswagen has overtaken number 4 Porsche, and it means that number 911 is now in 4th place and has pushed number 4 Porsche to 5th. And with 22 minutes to go, of course that is point for Mindaugas Labuschavičius, who is sitting at the wheel of 911 Volkswagen, to push as hard as he can, because no one knows what can happen with this car, which is currently holding P3. Okay, there is 1 lap difference between them. Honda is 1 lap in front of Volkswagen, but with 22 minutes to go, whatever can happen. Basically they are together, but Honda is 1 lap in front. Huge disappointment. The engine is tied down. What can they actually? There is almost nothing to fight for. LV Racing has dropped to P6, and they are now 10 laps in front of number 39 Flash Racing Lamborghini. 10 laps. Yes, they have for what to fight. Because if Thomas Padovani continues to post times in the region of 1:24, he will overtake number 21 Audi for sure. Now the gap is down to 9 laps between them. Here is Mindaugas Labuschavičius in 911 Volkswagen Golf, but actually he is not catching. Ranno Bunsen is in number 34 Honda. 2 slower cars between them now. 1 now. There was 2, now there is only 1. So they have quite unpleasant experience. Those 2 cars, they collided in the first phase of the track, just into the penultimate corner, and both paid very big price for it. Lost several laps and several positions, and you can see number 85 car from the behind the reshaped boot went heavily to the wall backwards. So Ivar's Vallers are finally out. There is 19 minutes to go. Probably he will not be at full speed, but he just needs to post some more laps to make it impossible for Thomas Padovani to catch them on lap count. There is still 8 laps between them. To cover 8 laps, it takes about 12 minutes. And here, 3rd and 4th place cars are together, but separated still by 1 lap. So Hanno Bunsen in Honda can let Mindaugas Labusevicius by and just keep his pace. That is what he does exactly. Wise move. No need to push like a hell. Sun is not shining in those regions of the track anymore. And here is second placed car. Is it really that we have all 10 cars running still? Question mark is about number 20 Peugeot, because number 55 Audi was running, just flashed on the screen, but seems that Peugeot is finished. They are the last one on the timing tower and not present on the timing screen. Anyway, they have completed less than 50% the distance. The leaders have done so, will not be classified anyway. But this is third place car, number 34, Hanno Bunsen, keeping good pace, not pushing certainly 129.5, and he's catching second place car. But of course there is more than minutes separating them, so it's not realistic for Bunsen to catch Dunila. But who knows, who knows? We have seen so many unlikely events here to happen. So with 15 and a half minutes still to go, who says the events, unexpected events are over? Wallers lets Labusevicius by. And yes, number 21 Audi is running very slow laps, but the main thing, it is running. We have 6th position overall to defend. With 15 minutes still to go. Waller's lap time was 1:50 basically. But it doesn't matter, the main thing is if he manages to do some 4 more laps, then it's over. It will be impossible for Thomas Padovani in number 69 Lamborghini to catch Wallers on the lap count. Number 34 is shown in P2. What is this? How did it happen? How did it happen? Is it possible, or is it just timing glitch? I have no explanation. I absolutely have no explanation. But wherever I look, this timing tower on the screen shows ALM as the second, and 2 timing screens at my laps show the same thing. Very strange, very strange. I suspect there must be some timing glitch, because Taurastunila in car number 3 is still running. And let's see what his lap time is. No, he was in pits perhaps. 4:33, so yes, that was one more late drama. What a turn of script once more. Man, can it be really true? We still have 13 minutes. What can happen? What can possibly go wrong? And the answer is possibly everything. Can number 720 lose their win? I would say no. And number 21 is now, I think they have finished. Yes, they are in Parc Fermé with 12 minutes to go, 7 laps in front of number 69 Flash Racing Lamborghini, and it is enough. It is enough to guarantee them P6. Wow, wow, wow. What can happen? Number 85 enters the pits. Perhaps it's enough for them as well. They will be classified. It makes no difference if they lose 32 or 35 or 40 laps. That 50% margin is fulfilled anyway. But I suspect that the case with number 3, I don't know if it was a timing glitch, but it seems like they clocked. 2 laps were not clocked. It may be. Now they are on the same lap with number 34. Being fair, I think it is not. They didn't stop one more time. And Taurastunila in car number 3 should be in P2. It seems to me stewards are the ones who decide what is right and what is wrong. Ten and a half minutes still to go. And yes, Ivar Swallers climbs out of the car. What a disappointment. Almost certain win slipped through the fingers, then almost certain second place as well. And looking at the timing screen, the 6th place will be what they achieve eventually. Or maybe 7th. Because number 69 Lamborghini is 5 laps down, now only 4 laps down, and there is 9 minutes to go. They are certainly able to complete more than 4 laps. There is some confusion with car number 3. What happened to it? How did they lose the second place? But whatever the reason, we have seen so many drama, so many disappointments, and of course it's the very nature of motor racing, especially endurance racing, and there is 2 sides of it. Somebody loses, then somebody wins, and if you do everything right, like for example number 34, they had their small problems, one unplanned pit stop during the final stint. So Lamborghini number 720 is slowing down. Did I notice it correctly? Was it really? Exiting the hospital turn. But even if they stop on the track now, they have 7 laps more completed than second place car with 7 minutes and some seconds to go. It's impossible to fight back. Yes, Butjavic's lap time this time was 1:44. Whatever the reason, he was moving very slowly out of the hospital turn. Of course, there is no problem if he's doing even 2-minute laps. He will be win, but there is some quite nervous faces. And yes, number 720 is moving very slowly. Now his lap time was 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Wow, wow, wow. Is it the final drama? I'm not sure. 6.5 minutes to go and the leading car is slowing down. Of course, it is not crucial for them because they have already completed so many laps that no one can catch them. And they will have the largest number of laps anyway. No question how many laps Butjavic's managed to complete during the remaining 6 minutes. But it still adds some drama. There were suspicions at the start that we have only 10 cars. Can it be interesting? Man, yes it can. Everything what can happen has happened. We have seen favorites crashing, favorites having technical problems. We have seen collisions on the road. We have seen almost unbelievable technical defects. And now this. Yes, Taurus Tunila number 3 has reinstated. I think it was just a timing glitch. Now number 3 Volkswagen is P2 and number 34 Honda is P3 as it is supposed to be. And this car seems to run not on 10 cylinders. Or whatever the problem, it's not a healthy car for sure. 4 minutes and 20 seconds and perhaps Audrius Butgavicius manages to complete 2 more laps. His last lap time was 2:17. And team should instruct him to just have a pace to cross the finish line exactly after 6 minutes will be over. Hopefully team will manage it. But still, there is no big difference. They will win anyway. Even if the car stops out on the track, which looks very likely. It's really slow. Can it go over the crest at the bridge at all? Car is not shown that, but this is number 3 Volkswagen in P2. Not a favorite, but the problems with number 720 Lamborghini could have almost given the victory to number 3 Volkswagen, and now Lamborghini seemingly has some terminal engine problems. It's barely rolling. It's barely rolling towards the hospital turn. But now we must look to the regulations. Hi, what I told you. It's not over until it's over. Number 911 car Volkswagen of Nokia Racing has stopped on the track. Whatever can we expect? Whatever can we expect from this race? How many cars are still running? So number 69 Flash Racing Lamborghini has overtaken number 21 Audi. They are now P6, but they can't gain any more places. And 911 is smoking as well. Maybe it's not from the engine, but from brakes. But whatever happens, where is number 720? We have only 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. And it's down to 720 Lamborghini when they will cross the finish line. The car comes here, so now they start their final lap anyway. And it means that number 3 Volkswagen can do 2 laps. But of course it won't help them. It's interesting to have a look to regulations. The question is if the winning car must move when the time runs out. Anyway, the car is moving, there is no question about it. So Audrius Butgavicius has a very simple task. Bring the car home. Time is now over. 6 hours have passed since the start, and Audrius Butgavicius actually has almost win in his hands. Must cover just maybe 1.5 kilometers in this beautiful Lamborghini during whatever time, but he must reach the finish. This is second place car, number 3 Volkswagen, which will perhaps overtake the leader once more. And it may happen that this car number 3 does the same, 34 does the same. Let's see. Yes, leading car is here. Now who jumps out of the turn next? Yes, number 34 can complete one more lap, while number 9 and 11 stands still on the track. It's very strange competition. One car is standing, another is barely moving, and number 55, is he going to overtake the leader? Yes, he is. They can take back one more lap with all their problems they have had, but that doesn't matter. And number 3 overtakes leader once more, so they can win back one more, finish. Checkered flag is out for car number 720. And what a race we had, full of drama from very beginning to the very end until the final seconds. And number 720, Šiauliai Audi Sainz Lamborghini Huracan, takes the victory with drivers Audrius Butkevičius and Paulius Paskievicius. They also had their fair share of drama on 2 separate occasions, having first the brake failure and then something which looked like an engine failure. Number 3 Volkswagen Sirocco, Dream to Drive, will finish in P2. They still have about 1/3 of the lap complete, and this car number 34, which just flashed through the screen, will take 3rd place overall, with Rano Bunsen driving during the final stint. But this is 2nd place car. Number 3 Volkswagen Sirocco of Dream to Drive team. Unexpected, almost unexpected win. Now they are 2nd, but for them I think it's as good as a victory. As we saw, the main thing today was avoid problems, and then you can take almost everything. So the final gap is 3 laps between 1st and 2nd placed cars. Lamborghini number 720 completed 230 laps. Number 3 Volkswagen 227, and number 34 Honda 226 laps. So yes, those 6 hours, only 10 cars, and only 8 of them, only 9 actually, because number 55 Audi Tarzania Racing completed 119 laps, and it's definitely more than 50% of 230. So they really carried the spirit of endurance racing during the whole race, and they got what they wanted. They got the result. They are classified. Okay, they are last, but they are classified. And number 20 Mažeikių ASK Peugeot was the only car which remains unclassified. They retired for unknown reason. And these are the highlights of the final moments. Very slowly moving Lamborghini. But the main thing was it was moving slowly. The last lap took almost 3 minutes to 58.8, but it didn't matter. What did matter was the fact that they completed more laps than anybody else. And this was the start. Man, did we know what to expect? No, we didn't. No, we did not at all. Thinking about who didn't hit any serious trouble, maybe number 3. Second place car, number 34, had one unplanned pit stop, and I think during the very first stint they also had some problems, making several very slow laps. And this is 2 Lamborghinis. It's in the later states. But yes, and this was the very first major drama when Arturs Batrax crashed his Lamborghini in turn 1. Still strange how he lost the car. But somehow the car was towed out of the gravel, and here you see he was able to drive to the pits on his own, and this was another major incident. 911 and 85 crashing into each other. Number 85 was deemed guilty in it, and that was Ivar Svallers going out of the pits and spinning into the first turn. Of course, in the end it didn't matter because they hit another problems, and this was the moment when number 21 lost the lead. Beautiful fights on the track. And this was one, not the final one. It was number 21 when it seemed almost guaranteed that they will take second place. What I saw, I think the engine mount was broken. They tried to fix it with the belts, but unsuccessfully, so Ivar Svallers had to park the car, and they eventually will be classified as 7th. So this was the on-track action for today, and even if we had only 10 cars, there was action for 50. And now over to Oskars.
Ko tieši tā, šobrīd esmu finiša slēgtajā parkā kopā ar uzvarētājiem. Ну что ж, поздравляю команду, молодцы, молодцы, до конца боролись, вот это да, вот это настоящая гонка.
Спасибо, спасибо, спасибо команде. Ребята, мы все это сделали.
Ну, расскажи, что случилось с машиной, почему такой медленный стал?
Сейчас, наверное, даже не знаю, чувствую, что это с топливом что-то. Не было топлива, поскольку машина вроде бы, если медленно-медленно едешь, понемножку накачается, и тогда уже тянет. А потом, если чуть-чуть быстрее поедешь, и опять снова. Но сейчас компьютер перегрузил, и еще ресет сделал, и проехал еще нормальный круг.
После финиша машина поехала, что за дела? Ай-ай, молодцы. Ну слушай, поздравляем еще раз. Вообще, в плане такая первая гонка, и сразу победу, я думаю, ожидали, хотели, но поверили в последний момент только.
Ну да, это было очень обидно, когда Артурса машина разбилась, и тогда уже думали, что не будет интриги, будем так спокойно ехать. Уже взял такой темп спокойный, и пропали тормоза. Имел самый быстрый поворот этот в жизни, поскольку без тормозов
Ну, механики просто молодцы. Все сделали, машина поехали с того момента. Ну, мы смотрели последние эти круги, ты так медленно ехал, но ваш хандикап был достаточно.
Да, это повезло. Все-таки фортуна была в нашей стороне сегодня.
Ну что, РД-Сайнс, молодцы, вы зажигаете, даете. Так, вперед!
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Aču, brāļukas, nu ko, dzirdējām RD-Сайnс komandas vadītāju un pilota komentārs pēc finiša paši bija šokā par to, kas notika. Un pirmā aizdoma viņam esot bijis par degvielas padevi, esot pēc finiša, kā jau redzējām, esot apstādējies, ir restartējis mašīnu un viss pēkšņi ir aizgājis. Tā kā atlika iespējams to izdarīt. Jā, nu, trasē, protams, izdarīt to būtu sarežģīti, iespējams mašīnu nevarētu piedarbināt, nekād nevar paredzēt. Bet labā ziņa ir tāda, ka uz pozitīvas nots ir noslēgusies šī sacensība. Lietuvieši godam ir izcīnījuši un nopelnījuši pirmo pozīciju. Tādas lūk mums dramatiskas cīņas un notikumi Baltijas izturības 6 stundas sacensībā šeit DEWALT Gran-pri 2021. Tagad, draugi mīļie, atliek tikai izdalīt šampānietu un kausus, tikties uz godu piedestālu, bet jau rīt liksim jaunu bildi iekšā. Otrā DEWALT Gran-pri diena un tikpat aizraujošas trīņas trasē. Paldies jums, ka bijāt kopā ar mums. Tiekamies trasē. Čau!
So what Audrius Butkevičius told was that there was some problem with the fuel system, and after the finish he reset the car and then everybody worked once again. So that was the drama, not until the finish, but even after the finish. So that was the first day of the Baltic Grand-Prix 2021. Tomorrow we'll see another races, many sprint races and 2-hour endurance race of Nankang Endurance Academy as well. For today, it's all over. Have a nice evening and meet you tomorrow.